The divine manifestation and sword formation's sword wave were locked in a stalemate. Shock waves spread outwards one after another. Luo Qingyun's eyes turned bloodshot and cracked wide open as he pushed his strength to the limit. "Let's see how long you can last," Yang Kai coldly snorted. He pushed his great sun divine manifestation against the sword formation, not caring about anything else. A miserable scream rang out from somewhere in the sword formation at that moment. One of the sword pavilion disciples couldn't hold on any longer as the boundless sword intent tore his body into pieces before he exploded into a blood mist. One, then two, then three. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had died, and as time passed, more and more were unable to hold on. Luo Qingyun's heart instantly sank into the abyss. Although the loss of a few dozen people wasn't fatal to the sword formation, it was still somewhat impactful. It was enough to reduce the power of the formation, making it even more difficult to resist Yang Kai's divine manifestation. What's more, he had also used a forbidden secret technique to overdraw his strength, so he couldn't maintain his current state for too long either. Once the backlash from the secret technique hit him, if he hadn't killed Yang Kai by then, Sword Pavilion would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Luo Qingyun was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Zhang Fan and Lu Shui's eyes trembled as they stared blankly atop the hill outside the Star City. When the Great Sun manifestation appeared, both of them immediately understood something. No wonder the scorching energy that had invaded Lu Shui's body was so violent and difficult to deal with, to the point that Lu Shui wasn't able to expel it, and even a fifth-order open heaven realm master like Zhong Fan was unable to help her. It was Golden Crow's true fire. Everything made sense now. Golden Crow's true fire was at least a 7th-order fire element power. Not to mention in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary where Open Heaven Realm Master's strength was suppressed. Even if they were outside, once this Golden Crow's true fire invaded their bodies, they would have to pay a huge price to neutralize it. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes filled with despair, because she knew that since it was Golden Crow's true fire ravaging her body, no one in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary could help her resolve it. Not even the Sword Pavilion Master himself. In a short period of time, the Defying Heaven Star Net formation had been suppressed, and the Sword Pavilion disciples had suffered several dozen casualties. Luo Qingyun was on the verge of defeat. Zhong Fan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face. In the end, though, he made up his mind and turned to look at Lu Shui. Coincidentally, Lu Shui also looked at him at that moment, allowing their eyes to meet. Lu Shui instantly understood what Zhang Fan wanted to do and couldn't help smiling bitterly. "Hold on for a moment, I'll be right back." Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and shouted, withdrawing his hands. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of sword light and rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Shui slowly closed her eyes as her head dropped down. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her slender shoulders as she sat alone atop the hill. Her frail figure appeared especially desolate and helpless. Although Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose her, they also couldn't afford to lose Luo Qingyun and hundreds of disciples. Luo Qingyun and the remaining disciples would be in danger if Zhong Fan didn't help. Since it had come to this, Zhong Fan had no choice but chose one of the two. Lu Shui knew in her heart that she was the one who had been abandoned, but she didn't blame him because even if Zhong Fan stayed by her side, it would be useless. After all, the Golden Crow's true fire was not something Zhong Fan could resolve. However, she had never imagined that she, a dignified 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, would be forced to such an extent in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Since the Golden Crow's true fire had invaded her body, she was unable to dispel it, and all that awaited her was a slow death. This kind of feeling was terrifying, and those who didn't experience it could never even imagine it. Explosions rang out as one figure after another exploded into blood mist within the sword formation. Not a single disciple who died had left a corpse behind. Nearly 100 Sword Pavilion disciples had been unable to withstand the backlash of the sword formation and died on the spot. They amounted to more than 30% of the Sword Pavilion disciples present. A terrified look appeared on the faces of the remaining disciples as they desperately pushed their strength, fearing that the next one to suffer would be them. They couldn't stop screaming in the depths of their heart. Just what kind of monster his Sword Pavilion provoked this time? How could he be so powerful? A sword light flashed, accompanied by Zhong Fan's dignified shout, "Junior, Don't be so presumptuous. By the time he finished speaking, Zhongfan had already merged into the defying heaven star net formation. Sword Pavilion had fought countless enemies and cooperated intimately with each other using their sword formations, so as soon as Zhongfan arrived, Luo Qingyun relinquished his core position to him. With a loud bang, sword intent swept across the sky, and the shocking sword wave that was being pushed back by the great sun manifestation instantly received Zhongfan's support, reinvigorating its momentum and glowing brighter than ever before. The might of Zhongfan alone was stronger than the over 100 Sword Pavilion disciples who had died. This was the power of a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Seeing the scene, the Sword Pavilion disciples, who were originally in a state of panic as if the end was approaching, suddenly had their spirits uplifted. They silently activated their secret techniques as sword chi lingered around their bodies, enhancing the power of the sword formations, causing the entire sword formation to transform into a giant millstone grinder. The sword chi on the millstone swept across the world, cutting through space and pressing towards the great sun manifestation. Yang Kai also felt a trace of pressure. Although he was currently able to display the strength of a first or second order open heaven realm master, he was still a little lacking compared to a true open heaven realm master with outworld force. The Sword Pavilion's sword formation's power was indeed extraordinary, worthy of being Sword Pavilion's trump card. However, since Yang Kai had formed a manifestation today, what did he have to fear? Even facing a strong enemy, and even if he were to die, he still would have to fight. Only then would he deserve to have a place in this world. The great sun manifestation flashed brightly, and the three-legged golden crow inside also flapped its wings and let out a cry as it crashed into the sword formation. A thrumming sound reverberated across the sky. In this instant, everyone both inside and outside the Star City, regardless of their cultivation, was blinded by a white light, making it impossible to see what was happening on the battlefield. However, as the shockwaves from the battle subsided, everyone's face paled. In this grand ancient ruins boundary, where open heaven realm masters had their strength suppressed, one side formed a manifestation while the other used a sword formation, both displaying strength comparable to open heaven realm masters. It was truly shocking. Head manager, who do you think will win? Chun Tianfei licked his dry lips and asked. Yang Kai's performance today had truly frightened him, making him a little restless. He didn't know if abandoning Yang Kai at this critical moment was the right thing to do. Although accepting Yang Kai as Scarlet Star's sixth manager was nothing more than a forced action, both sides had maintained cordiality to keep the peace. However, Scarlet Star's actions towards Yang Kai today had undoubtedly created a rift and pushed the two sides apart. If Yang Kai won, what would Scarlet Star's fate be? Once Yang Kai used his great sun divine manifestation, even their head manager would have no choice but to yield. However, the situation from before was not something Scarlet Star had a choice in. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight's 3,000 people had arrived at the city, and if they didn't abandon Yang Kai, it would be equivalent to placing Scarlet Star as a target. As a manager of Scarlet Star, Chun Tianfei had to consider his family's interests first. After all, Yang Kai was an outsider. Why would he care about him? Even if that boy can win, I'm afraid it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The head manager's indifferent voice rang out. Chun Tianfei was shocked. Head manager, you think he can win? There's no need to worry. If he wins, he will have definitely damaged his foundation. How could Zhu Li and Long Tai let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? Naturally, they know what to do. Hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up. That's right. Yang Kai has been preoccupied with Sword Pavilion all the while. Although Thunderlight has suffered heavy casualties, their forces are mostly still intact. With Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Zhu Li and Long Tai still alive, why would Thunderlight let Yang Kai off when he is exhausted after the battle? Thinking so, Chun Tianfei finally felt relieved. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from the center of the battlefield. This fluctuation was several dozen times stronger than before. Even the defensive array outside the Star City began to fluctuate violently due to the fallout. Its light dimmed and it almost broke. It's here, the head manager shouted as he directed his eyes forward. Chun Tianfei and the others also wore serious expressions as they paid close attention. No one had expected that the conclusion would arrive so quickly. After Zhong Fan had joined the battlefield, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the two opposing sides were about to fight to the death, and the final result was about to be decided. The violent shockwave from the battlefield undoubtedly indicated that both Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion were going all out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two beams of light collided in midair and suddenly burst into an even more dazzling light. Boundless killing intent swept across the world. A series of muffled groans rang out as blood flowers blossomed one after another. The sun behind Yang Kai rocked a few times before fading away, whereas the shocking sword wave shattered as multiple figures fell from the sky. The Star City fell into an uproar. They saw Yang Kai hovering in midair with his clothes tattered and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. There were countless fine wounds all over his body, obviously caused by the rampaging sword chi. The most serious wounds were so deep that one could see his golden bones. The wounds were filled with sword chi and blood kept pouring out of them. However, although he looked miserable, he still stood proudly, his figure as straight as a spear. On the other side, the sword formation of Sword Pavilion had already been broken, and Luo Qingyun was coughing up blood uncontrollably. It was obvious that his forbidden technique had begun its backlash and he was unable to suppress his injuries. The sword in Zhong Fan's hand had dimmed and lost a great deal of its spirituality. When he looked at it, his eyes were filled with pain. Although he was not seriously injured, his complexion was pale, and his expression was dispirited. If the two Sword Pavilion leaders were like this, there was no need to mention the other Sword Pavilion disciples. Of the remaining 200 disciples, only a few dozen had survived. The rest had all died in that instant of collision. Even these several dozen still alive were suffering from varying degrees of injuries, some of them gasping for breath while others were vomiting blood. After the battle, Sword Pavilion's sword formation was broken, and the 300 Sword Pavilion disciples were nearly wiped out. Humiliation. This had never happened since the founding of Sword Pavilion. Moreover, they had been beaten to such a sorry state by a mere Emperor Realm cultivator. Zhong Fan simply couldn't accept this. Furious, he roared, "Junior, I must kill you." "What a coincidence. That was my intention too." Yang Kai gasped as he threw a handful of pills into his mouth, chewing them like beans, his eyes radiating a scary glow. Zhong Fan turned around angrily and shouted, "Are you here to watch a show? If you don't act now, when will you?" To the side, Zhu Li and Long Tai, who were watching from afar, suddenly came to their senses. Zhu Li and Long Tai couldn't be blamed for their slow reaction. What they had seen today was simply too shocking. Even open heaven realm masters like them had fallen into a dazed state, their thoughts a complete mess. An Emperor Realm cultivator forming a divine manifestation was an unprecedented feat, and the existence of the suspected 7th Order Golden Crow's true fire had greatly frightened them. Seeing Lu Xue's fate, they were also scared that the next one to suffer would be them. Sword Pavilion's sword formation had been broken, causing them to be even more frightened and regretful that they had come here, but with Sword Pavilion's invitation and the fact that many Thunder Light disciples had died at Yang Kai's hands previously, they had no choice but to act. It wasn't until Zhong Fan let out a furious roar that they came back to their senses. Looking at each other, they knew that if they didn't take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai today, Thunderlight would only leave behind a pool of blood and bones. With the strength Yang Kai had just displayed, Thunderlight would not be able to resist if he continued to live. Without any hesitation, the two of them shouted in unison, "Thunderlight disciples, obey my command. Follow this king to kill the enemy." With this order, the scattered Thunderlight disciples finally found their backbone. When Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion fought, they had been unable to intervene at all and had instead been reduced to spectators on the sidelines. It was truly quite embarrassing. Finally, they're able to display their strength in this battle. One by one, they rushed towards Zhu Li and Long Tai, following behind the two leaders and attacking Yang Kai. Inside the mansion, Yu He, Meng Hong, and others felt their hearts jump to their throats. Yang Kai's performance before was extraordinary, and he had single-handedly broken through Sword Pavilion's sword formation, nearly wiping out all of Sword Pavilion's people. However, he had only just experienced a great battle. At this time, he couldn't even maintain his great sun manifestation, so he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. On the other hand, Thunderlight had retained the majority of its strength with nearly 2,000 men remaining, enough to drown Yang Kai in their spits. How could Yang Kai deal with such a crisis? On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was in the center of the encirclement, was calm and composed, throwing pills into his mouth. A sinister grin spread across his lips as the figures rushed towards him. It was as if he was an unparalleled monster waiting for its prey to pounce, eager to swallow them whole. Yang Kai really wasn't afraid of anything. Although there were many Thunder Light disciples alive, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so as long as they didn't seal off the surrounding space or restrict his movements, Zhu Li and Long Tai could forget about doing anything to him. The Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation had been completed, so there was no need to hide anything anymore. Just as he was considering whether to use his dragon transformation and assume his giant half-dragon form to continue fighting, he suddenly heard an excited voice from afar. Brother Yang, it's done. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this voice rang out, a figure suddenly rushed out from the Star City towards Yang Kai. At this moment, when the battle was about to begin, this burst of laughter was particularly disruptive. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads towards the source of the voice, only to see a fair and tender little fatty fly out from the Star City with his hands held high above his head. There was a simple gourd in his hands and a look of excitement on his face. Head manager's brow couldn't help but twitch as he stared at the little fatty and asked, "How did he get out?" Chen Tianfei couldn't react for a moment, but after thinking it through, his expression also changed greatly as he couldn't help but ask himself, "How did this guy slip out?" It had to be known that at this moment, the Star City's defensive Grand Array had been fully activated, making it all but impossible for anyone to exit or enter. If anyone wanted to leave, Chen Tianfei would have to give the order to open a hole in the Grand Array, just like when Zhong Fan and the others had entered. However, even with the Spirit Array still in operation, this little fatty had somehow managed to leave the Star City without even the slightest trouble. Could the fallout from the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion have caused a problem with the Grand Array? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei quickly ordered his men to investigate the status of the city's protective shield. He was also shocked as she stared at the little fatty's figure. Only after a moment of hesitation did she release her divine sense to investigate. The cultivation room had indeed been opened and the person who should have been in seclusion had disappeared. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of a core disciple from a cave heaven, she didn't even notice when he left the mansion and went outside. Although most of her attention was focused on Yang Kai, for an Emperor Realm Jr. to be able to accomplish such a feat was still quite impressive. But why did this guy run out at this time? What's that gourd? He looked over and found that the gourd was only 1 palm tall and seemed extremely ordinary, if not quite old. She didn't know where it came from, but at this moment it was being held high by little fatty Sujin. It was an extremely funny scene. At this moment, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than 2,000 Thunder Light disciples, so if Sujin wanted to rush to Yang Kai's side, he would definitely have to clash with them. Sujin also seemed to be slow to react, and only after rushing into the crowd of Thunder Light members did he suddenly jump in fright and shout, Why are there so many people here? What's going on?" He asked innocently, but the Thunder Light disciple responded fiercely. All of them were already vexed and angry, their killing intent boiling. Now that such a strange person suddenly walked into their ranks so brazenly, how could they show any goodwill? One after another, their divine abilities and secret techniques flew towards Sujin without mercy. However, although this guy's movements seemed awkward and clumsy, his luck was surprisingly good. With every step he took, he dodged all the attacks and he even had time to shout, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Don't hit me. I'm innocent." The more he shouted, though, the more powerful the Thunder Light disciples' attacks became. He was drowned in secret techniques, but none were able to harm him in the slightest. This guy seemed fat, but his figure was incredibly agile. After several such attempts, even a fool could tell that something was wrong. It was impossible for a single person's luck to be so good. So many people attacked him, yet none of them could hit him. This little fatty was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, he was able to fight with so many people with such ease. so his strength was obviously extraordinary. Zhu Li's face was filled with anger as he roared. Who goes there? State your name. There was Yang Kai, who didn't put thunder light in his eyes. But now, another one had appeared, making him livid. Su Zhen still held the gourd high and solemnly replied, Divine Cauldron Heaven, Su Zhen. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Li staggered and almost lost his balance, falling headfirst to the ground. Long Tai's eyes also widened, and even Zhang Fan, Luo Qingyun, and the others who had been circulating their qi to heal their injuries were thrown into chaos, almost causing their injuries to worsen. The managers of Scarlet Star all gasped. Before this great battle, a young master who claimed to be the descendant of the Azure Nether Paradise's third elder had come out, causing Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light to be wary. Now, a Cave Heaven disciple has appeared? Moreover, it was the famous Divine Cauldron Heaven. Before today, they had never known that there were disciples of Cave Heavens and Paradises in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Since these two were here, who knows how many were still hidden? How could such a small star city have so many hidden dragons? When Su Zhen announced his name, the faces of the Thunder Light disciples who had attacked him before all went pale. Let alone them, even the Sword Pavilion's pavilion master would die if he were to attack a Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple in public like this. The noisy sky suddenly became quiet. Su Zhen effortlessly squeezed to Yang Kai's side and grinned at him. Success! Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Fortunately, I didn't fail. Su Zhen pushed the bottle gourd in his hand towards Yang Kai. Divine Cauldron Heaven's disciples live up to their reputation. Many thanks. Yang Kai swept his divine sense over the crowd and nodded slightly. Su Zhen chuckled, we're just taking what we each need, there's no need to thank me. And this place is a bit noisy, so I'll take my leave first. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and turned to leave. However, after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and said, Brother Yang, this thing's murderous nature is too strong, so try not to use it too often. If it is possible to forgive others, one should be forgiving. Yang Kai grinned. If we don't pull out weeds by the roots, they will only grow again. Su Zhen was speechless. He turned his head to look around and suddenly sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away and soon disappeared. Everyone stared blankly, not knowing what was happening. When they saw Su Zhen rush over to Yang Kai's side and hand him a gourd, they thought that the two of them had a deep friendship. Zhu Li, Long Tai, and the others had been wondering if he would shelter Yang Kai, but who would have thought that this little fatty would leave just like that? What's going on? Also, what did he mean when he said they were each taking what they needed? Unable to determine the relationship between Yang Kai and Su Zhen, Zhu Li and Long Tai didn't dare act rashly. On the other hand, Yang Kai wore a playful smile on his face as he fiddled with the gourd in his hand and said lightly, Brother Su and I are neither friends nor relatives and we've never met before, we just made a deal. What do you mean? Zhu Li asked solemnly. At this moment, the calmer Yang Kai appeared, the more uncertain he became. What I mean is, if you want to fight, fight. If you don't, I'll kill you, Yang Kai grinned maliciously. Junior, don't act so arrogantly. Long Tai shouted angrily. Enough nonsense. All of you come and accept your deaths. Yang Kai roared. Junior, you think my Thunder Light is so easily bullied? Since that's the case, this king will grant you your wish and kill you. Zhu Li ordered in a low voice, having no choice left. Yang Kai's unwillingness to let him off obviously meant that Thunder Light couldn't resolve the grudge between them. If he didn't act now, Thunder Light would have an even harder time dealing with him once he recovered and summoned his divine manifestation. The numerous Thunder Light disciples no longer hesitated. They circulated their strength as dazzling flashes of all colors blossomed, rumbling towards Yang Kai. Luo Qingyun watched this scene with cold eyes, a trace of joy flashing across their depths. With so many attacks fired at once, Yang Kai couldn't remain unscathed. No matter how arrogant he was, he would definitely fall here. It was worth it. Nearly 300 Sword Pavilion disciples had died and their sword formations was broken, but if they could remove Yang Kai from the face of this world, it could still be counted as a win. On the other hand, Zhang Fan stared at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand with a solemn expression, faintly feeling that this thing was somewhat unusual and was likely a terrifying artifact. Dazzling flashes and violent energy erupted as thousands of Thunder Light members attacked together. creating a magnificent scene. At the center of the countless attacks, Yang Kai stood alone, his figure lonely but his aura soaring to the sky like he alone was equal to millions. A low voice suddenly rang out. Now that I have obtained a new treasure, I will offer your dog lives as a sacrifice to christen my divine bottle gourd. As soon as Yang Kai spoke those words, he stretched out his hand and slapped the gourd. The mouth of the gourd opened up and a multicolored light burst out from it. This light illuminated the entire sky in an instant as it shot out. As soon as the light appeared, a murderous aura instantly filled the air. Countless artifacts within a radius of several kilometers began to cry and rush towards the light uncontrollably, especially the swords of the Sword Pavilion disciples who had fallen earlier. It was as if they had been grabbed by an invisible hand and thrown into the light. Regardless of their grade, whether it was intact or not, all the artifacts that poured into the light rapidly dimmed and lost their spirituality. The artifacts in the hands of these Thunder Light disciples were also like this. All of the artifacts refined from metal were pulled away by this light, causing many Thunder Light disciples to be dumbfounded. Pu. A series of groans sounded as Thunder Light disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces turned pale as they fell from the sky like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Thunder Light disciples had been injured by the backlash due to the damage to their artifacts. Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. Zhong Fan shouted, his eyes filled with shock. The light that shot out from the gourd was none other than the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light he had seen on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. Back then, Sword Pavilion had suffered many casualties because of this Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been killed by Emperor Heaven's ragtag mob. At that time, the culprit was none other than Yang Kai. Before coming here today, they had also been wary of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, but Yang Kai hadn't used it from beginning to end. Instead, he had used his divine manifestation to confront the defying Heaven's star net formation head-on. He had thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to use the divine light so easily, but now he was actually using it. While Zhong Fan was shocked, he was also a little confused. He had personally seen Yang Kai use a bag-like artifact to collect a lot of Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, so why only now did he release it from this gourd? Recalling the conversation between Yang Kai and Su Zhan when the latter appeared, Zhong Fan suddenly realized what was happening and cried out bitterly, I've underestimated those Cave Heaven disciples. The Divine Cauldron Heaven was one of the 36 Cave Heavens. This Cave Heaven disciples' other strengths aside, there was only one Tao that made all 3,000 worlds look up to them. Artifact refining. It was precisely because they were skilled in artifact refining that the Divine Cauldron Heaven was called the Divine Cauldron Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, apart from the innately formed artifacts, 80 to 90% of all renowned artifacts were forged by Divine Cauldron Heaven. Divine Cauldron Heaven's disciples were all famous for their accomplishments in the Tao of artifact refining. If he were to encounter a Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple fighting outside, it would definitely be a completely different scene from normal, allowing him to witness the power of all kinds of strange artifacts. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd was obviously refined by that Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple, Su Zhan, for Yang Kai. Only a Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple could have such ability. But if that was the case, Yang Kai shouldn't have been able to activate the power of this artifact right away. He should have needed to spend a long time refining it first, so how could he possibly activate the power of this Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd as soon as he obtained it? Only if this Divine Bottle Gourd was his artifact from the start and he didn't need to refine it would this be possible. Could it be that Su Zhan had perfectly combined the Divine Bottle Gourd and Yuan Magnetic Divine Light? That might explain everything if it was the case. It had to be said that Zhong Fan's quick guesses were completely correct. The Divine Bottle Gourd was indeed Yang Kai's artifact. Back in the Star Boundary, in the depths of Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai had entered a void crack and found a wind gourd there. When the wind gourd was opened, an endless amount of astral wind rushed out from it to meet the enemy, but Yang Kai had only used it a few times and had never used it in the outer universe. Su Zhan had come to ask him for a 6th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Stone and said that he could refine an artifact for him as payment. Yang Kai naturally thought of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light that he had collected in the Yuan Magnetic Mountain and stored in his 6 Fated Paths bag. Not only did it occupy a large chunk of space in his Fated Paths bag, but it also couldn't be used casually. After all, if he used it too often, it would be depleted. If he could use the Yuan magnetic divine light to refine an artifact, there would be no need for such concerns. With a sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light in front of him, Su Zhen's hands were simply itching. He had originally planned to refine a Yuan magnetic banner for Yang Kai, but the materials required were too numerous, and Yang Kai didn't know where to find them. On the other hand, the existence of the wind gourd was a great gift. Compared to the original wind gourd, the current Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourds might had increased significantly. Better yet, Yang Kai didn't need to spend any more time refining it. Yuan magnetic divine light. It's the Yuan magnetic divine light. In the Star City, countless people cried out in alarm. Scarlet Star's head manager also showed a look of dread. Although he was only watching from afar, he could still feel the terrifying power of the Yuan magnetic divine light. Although he was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he would instantly lose a layer of skin if this thing hit him. If even he would end up in such a state after a brief exposure, there was no need to mention Thunder Light's disciples. Dazzling light filled the sky, sweeping across the world, and anyone who was hit by the Yuan magnetic divine light had their flesh and bones torn apart. Wherever the Yuan magnetic divine light passed, not a single complete corpse could be found. The Emperor Realm cultivators were like this, as were the low-rank open heaven realm masters of Thunderlight. A sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light could only be defended against using another sixth-order element power, so how could they possibly resist it? In the blink of an eye, more than half of Thunderlight's people had died. Everyone's heart was gripped by a chill as their bodies went completely cold. Such a terrifying artifact was simply a world-devastating killing tool. With this artifact in hand, the number of enemies he was facing became meaningless to Yang Kai. He alone could flatten a city if he wanted to. Thunderlight disciples, with slightly better luck, managed to avoid the initial calamity, so at this moment, how could they dare to remain where they were? Screaming in fear, they all tried to flee. But how could Yang Kai let them go? Just as he had said to Su Zhen before, if he didn't pull out weeds by the roots, they would grow again in the spring. Since Thunderlight dared to seek trouble with him, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. From another perspective, if Yang Kai were to fall into a disadvantageous position, would Thunderlight spare him? Under Yang Kai's control, the rays of light spread out and engulfed the fleeing Thunderlight disciples one after another. It looked as if an invisible beast was reaping their lives. Thunderlight was finished. After this battle, it would be impossible for them to make a comeback. When the Yuan magnetic divine light once again appeared in this world, their fate had been sealed. Scarlet Star's head manager's expression became solemn, his eyes filled with dread. Previously, he had told Chen Tianfei and the others that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight and that Zhu Li and Long Tai would not hesitate to beat him while he was down. So his fate would definitely not be good. Who could have thought that the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd would completely reverse the situation? The golden crow casts the sun that broke Sword Pavilion's sword formation. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd that had slaughtered Thunder Light. A divine manifestation and an artifact. All these things Yang Kai had displayed shocked everyone present. Looking at the peerless figure standing in the sky, no one dared to have any thoughts of becoming enemies with him. The fat on Chen Tianfei's body trembled violently. Although he was fat, his thoughts were quite agile. When others only focused on Yang Kai's display of power, he thought of something else. Previously, the head manager had said that Yang Kai's Great Sun divine manifestation was comparable to a first or second order open heaven realm master's strength even if he was an emperor realm cultivator. But what about now when he had this Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd? It was likely that no one could compete with him in the low-rank open heaven realm. Only a mid-rank open heaven realm master stood a chance against him by relying on the potent world force of their small universe. Chen Tianfei even thought to himself that if he encountered Yang Kai outside, he would have to go all out if he wanted to kill him. There were less than 10 Thunder Light disciples in the sky now, and 2 figures were also fleeing at high speed. Zhu Li and Long Tai saw that the situation was not looking good, so how could they dare to remain? Naturally, they ran as fast as they could. However, the 2 rays of light seemed to have a mind of their own as they chased after them like maggots on rotting bones. Junior, don't go too far. It's better to leave a lifeline to your enemies, just in case you might need them in the future. Zhu Li shouted madly. Even though he was fleeing at full speed, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent behind him catching up. This king will never need trash like you, so what if I kill you? Xianxia shouted coldly, solidify. Under the control of his space principles, the surrounding world became viscous. Zhu Li, who was already struggling to escape, suddenly froze, the surrounding space becoming extremely thick, as if he had fallen into a swamp. He was unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. He turned his head in horror, just in time to see the multicolored light shooting straight towards him before engulfing him. Zhu Li desperately pushed his body's strength to resist the impact of the Yuan magnetic divine light. If the small universe in his body hadn't been sealed, he would still have been able to fight, but without world force, how could his physical strength compare to the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light? In the blink of an eye, the defensive energy circulating around his body was eroded completely as his flesh and blood were shredded layer by layer, as if he was being skinned alive. Miserable screams rang out to no end. He sounded as if he was enduring the cruelest torture in the world, causing everyone who heard him to shiver. Simultaneously, Longtai also cried out in pain. Like Zhu Li, he too was enveloped by the Yuan magnetic divine light. However, after just a few breaths of time, the screams came to an abrupt halt, and the brilliant light returned to the divine bottle gourd in Xianxia's hand. Once it was all over, Zhu Li and Longtai were nowhere to be seen. The two fourth-order open heaven realm masters had completely disappeared. Thunder Light, which had stood tall in the Star City for thousands of years, had been completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. It was even more miserable than Sword Pavilion. But this wasn't the end. Xianxia slapped the divine bottle gourd again, sending out another burst of light towards the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples and Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun shouted in horror, mercy. Previously, he had suffered a backlash from using his secret technique, thus he didn't even have the strength to escape and could only stand there and wait for death. If it weren't for this, would he still dare to remain? Seeing that Xianxia was about to kill him, he could only beg for mercy. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to this and completely ignored his pleas. By the time the light disappeared, the Sword Pavilion disciples had also disappeared. Taking a step forward, Xianxia arrived in front of Zhongfan and looked down at him, lightly saying, "What last words do you have? If you are going to beg for mercy, don't waste my time." As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, Zhongfan had a deep foundation. When the sword formation broke, he had also suffered heavy backlash. But his injuries weren't as severe as Luo Qingyun's. If he had escaped in advance, he might have had a chance to survive. But for some reason, he had stayed here and watched as Thunderlight and Sword Pavilion's disciples were destroyed one after another. When Xianxia arrived in front of him and looked down at him, Zhongfan coldly snorted, "Junior, don't act so arrogantly. You've committed a heinous crime. Once you leave the grand ancient ruins boundary, you'll die." Xianxia's brow wrinkled as he faintly felt that his words were hinting at something, but he couldn't be bothered to ask, coldly snorting, "This king likes stubborn people like you? It's more interesting to pinch them to death." Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards Zhongfan. He showed no mercy and was completely ruthless. Zhongfan's expression remained indifferent. When the giant hand was almost upon him, his eyes suddenly flashed and a crack appeared between his eyebrows. From that crack, a stream of sword chi shot out. In this moment of life and death, he suddenly used his last trump card to defend himself, sending out a strike powered by his Tao Foundation and blood essence itself. Unless it were absolutely necessary, no one would do such a thing, as this was in essence a sacrificial technique, damaging one's own foundation in exchange for a burst of power. If things went wrong, one would become crippled after releasing such a strike. Zhongfan had no other choice though. Xianxia had managed to obtain his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation and possessed the terrifying Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, a terrifying killing weapon. Other than resorting to this move, he had no other hope. In this desperate struggle, success or failure depended on the will of the heavens. A lifetime of cultivating the sword focused on attacking and killing allowed Zhongfan to condense all his remaining strength into a small forearm-length sword. It was extremely sharp and seemed capable of cutting through anything. "I knew you would do this." Xianxia coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and actually grabbed at the approaching sword. However, he soon furrowed his brow and looked down. The next moment, he saw a dazzling sword light shoot out from his palm, heading straight towards his forehead. In the end, he still underestimated the power of a desperate fifth-order open heaven realm master. Even with his powerful half-dragon physique, Xianxia was unable to resist the power of this small sword-shaped attack, and it pierced straight through his palm. Furthermore, sword chi was lingering around the wound, making it impossible to heal. Taking a deep breath as Xianxia's entire body doubled in size. His chest swelled up and he became taller. Immediately after, Xianxia breathed out, spewing the golden crow's true fire at the approaching sword. The raging flames distorted the world itself. Looking from afar, the small sword flew against the golden crow's true fire like a small fish swimming against the current. Nonetheless, it was still being eroded by the golden crow's true fire. Zhang Fan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he roared and pushed his strike to its limit, determined to kill Xianxia here and now. Bit by bit, the small sword pushed forward, inching closer to Xianxia's forehead. Its speed was extremely slow despite its sharp threat. Xianxia, however, remained still and continued to breathe out the fearsome golden crow's true fire. The small sword glowed brighter as it shook violently. 10 breaths later, when the small sword arrived in front of him but could no longer hold on and collapsed, Zhang Fan spat out a mouthful of hot blood as his aura suddenly plummeted. At this moment, it was as if all of his blood and essence had been sucked out of his body, leaving only skin and bones. As the wind blew, his hair fluttered in the wind. With his Tao foundation destroyed, Zhang Fan's cultivation was crippled. In the Star City, countless people were shocked. Many couldn't help but feel a sense of grief. Although they had heard that once one's Tao foundation was destroyed, a cultivator would die, this was the first time 99% of them were witnessing it. The change in Zhang Fan's appearance from before and after was astonishing. Xianxia stepped forward and flew past Zhang Fan, showing no interest in taking action against someone who was destined to die. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Lu Shui and grabbed her by the collar, staring down at her indifferently as he demanded, "Where is the headquarters of Sword Pavilion?" When Zhang Fan heard these words, his head drooped down as his aura rapidly dissipated. Lu Shui happened to be coughing fresh blood to no end. It was boiling and mixed in with fragments of her internal organs. Her entire body was abnormally red, like a cooked crab. Before the battle began, Xianxia had planted the golden crow's true fire in her, preventing her from participating. At first, Zhang Fan had helped her suppress the scorching energy running amok in her body, but after he left, she was unable to resist the burning golden crow's true fire on her own and could only wait for death. Fortunately, the foundation of a fourth-order open heaven realm master wasn't bad, and the battle between Xianxia, Sword Pavilion, and Thunderlight hadn't lasted long. So even now, she was still alive, though half dead. If left alone, it wouldn't even take an incense stick of time before she ended up dying. Seeing Xianxia standing before her, Lu Shui's tender body trembled violently. She had never thought that one day she would be so afraid of an Emperor Realm Jr. Outside the grand ancient ruins boundary, she would not even bother to raise her head to take a glance at an Emperor Realm cultivator. But today, Xianxia's actions had deeply shocked her. One man had destroyed Sword Pavilion's sword formation and then eradicated Thunderlight. Nobody could match what he had done. At this moment, Xianxia was holding her in his hand like a little chick. She couldn't help but tremble in fear. A shadow had appeared in the depths of her heart. The person in front of her had become her heart demon. Even if she could leave the grand ancient ruins boundary alive, if she were to encounter Xianxia outside in the future, she probably wouldn't have any thoughts of opposing him unless she could break through this heart demon. Hearing Xianxia's question, how could Lu Shui not know what he wanted to do? He wanted to sweep Sword Pavilion's headquarters clean. Can he do it? As soon as she asked this question, her heart gave an affirmative answer. Sword Pavilion had only sent 300 people this time, which was less than a third of their forces. There were nearly 1,000 disciples, 2 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters back at their headquarters, including their 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Pavilion Master. However, based on the methods Xianxia had displayed today, the Sword Pavilion simply could not resist. Putting everything else aside, Just the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd alone was enough to suppress Sword Pavilion completely. Sword Pavilion was able to surpass Thunderlight and Scarlet Star because of its sword formations. However, once the Yuan magnetic divine light appeared, how could the disciples form a sword formation? At that time, they would be completely scattered, and without the power of the sword formation or even their swords, they would be no match for Yang Kai. Apart from the pavilion master, who could barely resist him, no one else would be able to survive. To her, Yang Kai was like a demon straight from hell. When she looked at him, Lu Shui was so frightened that she couldn't speak. "Lead me there and I'll spare your life," Yang Kai claimed as he reached out and patted Lu Shui's abdomen with his other hand. With a thought, the golden crow's true fire that had invaded Lu Shui's body and made her suffer a fate worse than death, which no one could forcefully expel, was immediately withdrawn. Lu Shui coughed lightly, although her foundation had been greatly damaged. Without the golden crow's true fire in her body, at least her life was no longer in danger. As long as she rested well, there would be a day she would recover. "If you dare say no, I'll send you to see your companions in the next world right now." When Lu Shui didn't reply after a long time, Yang Kai became slightly impatient. "I'll take you there," Lu Shui lightly nodded. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed Lu Shui, and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing from everyone's sight. He deliberately didn't suppress his voice when he was talking with Lu Shui just now. That small hill wasn't too far from the Star City, so anyone with a bit of strength inside could hear him loud and clear. Seeing Yang Kai leave just like that, everyone was shocked. Does he want to kill to the last? This time, Sword Pavilion had lost 300 disciples, and even 2 of their mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had died. This was already a great loss to them, yet Yang Kai still wanted to attack their headquarters directly. Just how cruel and merciless was he? On top of that, he had just experienced a great battle. Even his divine manifestation had been broken. Could it be that he did not need to rest and recover first? He couldn't help showing a look of worry, but it was already too late to chase after him. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so it was impossible for her to catch up to him with her strength. The entire world went silent. All that remained was a nauseating smell of blood lingering in the air. Outside Scarlet Star's city, rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the ground like a purgatory. In the distant void, a little fatty stared at the scene and sighed lightly. How sinful. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd had come from him after all, so he was half responsible for the people who had died. After a sigh, the figure disappeared. Inside Yang Kai's mansion, Meng Hong and the others stared with their mouths agape. As Great Moon Province's chief disciple, Meng Hong's aptitude was extraordinary. Previously, he had been forced to refine third-order elements due to the lack of resources, hoping to achieve the third-order Open Heaven realm in the future. After suffering a great change in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Meng Hong decided to start over and refine a fifth-order sun's true fire. Originally, he had thought that his future would be bright and his heart was filled with pride and ambition. Still, after seeing what Yang Kai had done today, he realized that even if he could really achieve the fifth-order Open Heaven realm, he would still be inferior to Yang Kai. This was quite a blow to him, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that the other party had his own opportunities and abilities. As long as he believed in himself, there was no need for him to compare himself with others. In this world, there are always some people who defy the heavens. A great pung spreads its wings and soars into the sky, but the cloud-soaring tree from where it starts is already pretty high. Thinking of this, his thoughts became clear, and his spirits lifted. Since we have nothing better to do, let's go clean up the battlefield. Yuhi's voice came from beside him. With so many people dead, there must be some good stuff left behind. N. Meng Hong quickly replied, leading his 2 junior brothers outside. Even Chun Yu followed closely behind, staring at Meng Hong's back with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, from inside the Star City, several dozen people, led by Guo Ziyan, also rushed forward to help. Although they looked miserable at this moment, all of them couldn't be in higher spirits. Guo Ziyan and the others were still Scarlet Star members, but at this moment no one treated them as ordinary Scarlet Star disciples. Yang Kai's anger for them just now had been clearly seen by everyone present. After this battle, it could be said that Yang Kai's infamy had been branded onto Guo Ziyan and the others. They were now known as the cruel and ruthless young man's subordinates, underlings of the man who had single-handedly exterminated Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion. Thinking back, before the great battle began, Yang Kai had told Guziyen that if they died, these 3,000 people would be buried with them. However, no one took it seriously at that time. Everyone thought that Yang Kai was just boasting and comforting his subordinates. But now that they thought about it, he was stating it with confidence. 3,000 people have been wiped out without a trace. He said he would kill them all, and he did. Just where did such a freak come from? Qin Tianfei carefully looked at the head manager in front of him. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping them, he quickly ordered people to open the Star City's defensive spirit array and let Guo Ziyan and the others rush to the battlefield. Many pairs of eyes stared enviously at the dozens of people sweeping through the battlefield. Space rings were scattered all over the place. 3,000 men had participated in the battle. Even if some of their space rings got destroyed, at least half of them would remain. This was a fortune that would make anyone's eyes turn red. Not to mention the rings left behind by Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could the things left behind by Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun, and other mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters be bad? Each of them had lorded over the Star City for thousands of years, so the wealth they had accumulated would simply be unimaginable. However, even if they were jealous, no one dared to vie for these treasures. After all, who wouldn't cherish their own life after witnessing such a tragedy? Is that woman called Yu He? The head manager suddenly asked. Qin Tianfei was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, "Yes." The head manager nodded and ordered, "Follow me to pay her a visit." With a wave of his sleeve, he walked towards Yang Kai's mansion with his hands behind his back. Qin Tianfei and the others looked at each other before quickly following behind him. He knew that even the head manager was shocked by Yang Kai's methods. Scarlet Star had abandoned him in a moment of crisis and cut off all ties with him. If they didn't quickly appease Yang Kai now, Scarlet Star wouldn't be able to bear his retaliation that would surely come in the future. On the other hand, this was a great opportunity for Scarlet Star. If they could restore their relationship with Yang Kai, it would only be beneficial to Scarlet Star's future. They were not planning on accepting him into Scarlet Star again. With his strength, if they really did so, it would be equivalent to surrendering Scarlet Star to him. The head manager, Qin Tianfei, and the others wouldn't dare do such a thing. But as long as Yang Kai's requests weren't too excessive, they could agree to it. The Star City originally had 3 great forces coexisting together, but now Thunder Light had been destroyed and Sword Pavilion's foundation had been greatly damaged. Furthermore, Yang Kai had gone straight to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, so they probably wouldn't exist for much longer. 2 of the 3 great forces had suddenly been eliminated, leaving behind only Scarlet Star. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Under the leadership of the head manager, Qin Tianfei and the others respectfully arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion. There were no servants in the mansion, so they couldn't even find a way to pay their respects. Qin Tianfei had no choice but to step forward and knock on the door, knowing that Yu He would ridicule and make things difficult for him now. Previously, Scarlet Star's actions in Yang Kai's time of crisis had truly angered Yu He. Although Scarlet Star had no other choice, the matter still concerned Yang Kai's life and death. Fortunately, Yang Kai was strong. Otherwise, they would have to run for their lives. She also knew why these people from Scarlet Star had come, so she didn't kick them out. However, that did not mean that she did not take any jabs at them, which for Yu He was her exercising extreme forbearance. The head manager was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and she too was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Their strengths and statuses were equal, but the head manager clearly maintained a respectful attitude as they conversed. Couldn't be helped. Yu He was with Yang Kai, so if Scarlet Star wanted to survive in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the future, it would have to rely on Yang Kai. At this time, how could they put on airs? However, he didn't say much and simply asked Yu He when Yang Kai would return, and requested her to inform him when he did, even asking her to put in some good words for them. Explaining Scarlet Star's difficulties to Yang Kai and making him sympathize with them was of utmost importance. Yu He naturally did not give an answer so easily. She just gave a relatively polite but insincere response. Before leaving, Scarlet Star managers left behind a small gift. Although it was called a small gift, it was actually quite generous. It was 3 fifth-order materials. Each of the materials was worth millions of open heaven pills, which showed Scarlet Star's sincerity. If it were in the past, this amount of wealth would have been quite good for Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had made a fortune during his trip to the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. He had obtained more than 75th order and 26th order Yuan magnetic divine stones, so these 3 fifth-order materials might not even catch his eyes. After the shocking battle, the unrest in the Star City did not subside for a long time. For several days, everyone was talking about the various scenes of the previous battle and Yang Kai's incredible performance. Many were even waiting for the next good show. Yang Kai had directly taken Lu Xue to Sword Pavilion's headquarters in order to exterminate them. When he returned, no one knew how he would deal with Scarlet Star. Countless Scarlet Star disciples were in a state of panic, afraid of being dragged into this mess. Over the past few days, the number of Scarlet Star disciples had greatly decreased. Scarlet Star had occupied this region and was flourishing, but now almost 30% of them had secretly left. This angered Qin Tianfei and the others so much that they had no choice but to reactivate the defensive Grand Array. Anyone who wanted to leave had to verify their identity before they could pass. While the Star City was in chaos, Yang Kai brought Lu Xue along as they rushed forward. Under Lu Xue's guidance, they flew for more than a day before finally seeing a mountain range in the distance. This mountain range was majestic and ancient, giving off a primordial aura that blew on their faces. It made them feel as if they had traveled through time and returned to the far past. The entire Star City has been devoured into the grand ancient ruins boundary and has been divided into many pieces. There is a fragment over there. Sword Pavilion has been stationed there ever since, Lu Xue explained while coughing lightly. It had been just a day, so she wasn't able to recover much. Although she had taken many pills along the way, they had only slowed down her injuries. It would take her at least a year to recover completely. Yang Kai acknowledged before tossing her aside and turning into a streak of light. Lu Xue didn't expect Yang Kai to abandon her just like that, so she couldn't react in time and quickly fell to the ground. Panicked, she quickly used her strength to stabilize her body, causing her internal organs to shake violently as she staggered. Her heart pounded with lingering fear, looking at Yang Kai's departing back. He really spared me. Lu Xue was still in disbelief. Although Yang Kai had said that he would spare her life if she brought him to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, how could Lu Xue believe him? She only thought he was lying to get what he wanted. However, although she thought so at the time, she had no choice but to agree. The feeling of being burned alive by the Golden Crow's true fire and waiting for the imminent death was too terrifying, so she might as well beg for a quick death. But by the looks of it, Yang Kai wasn't lying to her and actually kept his word. However, after being burned by the Golden Crow's true fire, the situation inside her body had become so terrible that she couldn't even display 10% of her usual strength. If Yang Kai abandoned her here, how would she survive? She might encounter some ominous beast and be killed on the spot. She steeled her heart as she started walking forward, staggering. In the Sword Pavilion Star City, Yang Kai fell from the sky, creating an enormous pit on the ground. The reason he had come so aggressively was to cut weeds and pull out roots. Now that the grudge between him and Sword Pavilion was about to be settled, there was no need for him to be polite. Yang Kai had thought that this would be another difficult battle, so he had tried his best to adjust his condition to its peak. Be that as it may, he felt something was wrong before he even arrived. When he scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't sense any vitality in this city. Not a single living person could be found. Not only that, but the air was also filled with a thick, nauseating scent of blood. Yang Kai was extremely familiar with this aura, as he had seen a scene just like it after his battle outside Scarlet Star City. When he turned around to look, Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The buildings in this city had all collapsed. The ground was stained in blood and had severed limbs and mutilated pieces of flesh lying here and there. Moreover, the wounds on these ripped limbs were all very strange. When Yang Kai picked up one of these severed limbs and lowered his head to examine it, a frown appeared on his brow. At this moment, the entire Star City was completely empty. Birds were flying across the sky, and the wind howled. Yang Kai walked ahead to investigate with his hands behind his back, soon seeing a number of mutilated and incomplete corpses along the way, but strangely enough, no one had taken their space rings. All the possessions were simply lying on the ground. Yang Kai picked up a space ring and examined it carefully. He didn't find traces of things being taken out from the space rings either. Immediately after, Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn. Along the way, he collected the space rings. This star city was even bigger than Scarlet Star's Star City, with at least tens of thousands of people living here before. Yang Kai regretted not bringing Guo Ziyan and the others with him at this moment. Who knows how long it would take to collect so many space rings? After having spent a day, he had collected thousands of them, but that was just 10 or so % of the total number here. Knowingly or unknowingly, Yang Kai arrived in front of a large hall. The main hall was located at the center of the Star City and was likely where the upper echelons of Sword Pavilion gathered. It was similar to Scarlet Star's main hall. The door happened to be broken, and seeing that, Yang Kai walked right in. The main hall was also stained in blood and had corpses lying everywhere. Amidst all the bodies, a single figure was standing there with a solemn look on her face. It was none other than Lu Shui. Earlier, when Yang Kai had abandoned her in the wilderness, she had forced herself to walk all the way to Star City. When she saw the corpses and rivers of blood in the Star City, she had thought it was Yang Kai's doing, but now it seemed that it was not. It had clearly happened before they arrived. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Lu Shui turned around, her eyes completely dull and hollow as she asked, "What happened here?" "A beast tied." Yang Kai came to her side and stared at the corpse of a middle-aged man in front of him. Although this middle-aged man had died, his bearing was still extraordinary. When he was alive, he was definitely someone of great importance. As there were no wounds visible on his body, it appeared that he himself had no idea when he died. From his previous observations, Yang Kai was fairly certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered a terrifying beast tide. Many of the mutilated limbs and pieces of flesh had traces of bite marks, which could only belong to ominous beasts. "Impossible!" Lu Shui gasped. If one were to tell her that this place turned into a wreckage because of Yang Kai, then she could still believe it. After all, she had seen the terrifying things Yang Kai could do, but how could a mere beast tide cause this much damage? It wasn't that she'd never encountered a beast tide before while still in Sword Pavilion, but no matter the size of tide, they could be easily defeated. Sword Pavilion's own heritage was not bad, and with the help of the sword formations and the protective spirit arrays, beast tides generally couldn't shake Sword Pavilion's foundation like this. Yang Kai said bluntly, "Nothing's impossible." He had been collecting space rings all day and had been observing the situation. It was almost certain that Sword Pavilion encountered a beast tide, as there were footprints of many ominous beasts all over the city grounds, as well as some ominous beast carcasses left in the streets. Adding on the fact that the space rings remained intact, it just about proved his guess. "Who is this?" Yang Kai said as he gazed at a middle-aged man's corpse. "Sir Pavilion Master," Lu Shui said, shocked. "This is Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He had known this man was of great fame and must have a strong background, but he didn't expect him to be Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. What was his cultivation? Lu Shui answered in a trembling voice. Sir Pavilion Master was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How could someone like him just die like that here? 6th Order. Even Yang Kai was shocked. He wasn't afraid of a 6th Order Open Heaven Master inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, as there would still be limits to the strength a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could display. If Yang Kai were to have met this man in battle, then with his current strength, it was still hard to tell who the victor of their fight would be. What was shocking was that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would actually lay dead here. A master of that level definitely had a solid foundation and outstanding heritage. Even if this man were defeated by a beast tide, he should have been able to put up a good fight while making a retreat, but from the way Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master died, it seemed he didn't even have a chance to fight back, as there were barely any signs of combat left in the hall. In other words, the strength of his foe must have far surpassed him. A chill surged up in Yang Kai's heart. Could there truly be such a powerful presence in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? There were no scars on the Pavilion Master's body at all, so Yang Kai couldn't even tell how he died. It didn't seem like he'd been killed by an ominous beast at all, and instead just fell dead all of a sudden. "They're dead. They're all dead." Lu Shui turned her head around. only to see that all of the senior members of Sword Pavilion were gathered here alongside the Pavilion Master's body. Practically no one was left behind. The entire sect was wiped out here. Adding those that Yang Kai killed outside of Scarlet Star City, it would now seem Lu Shui was the only surviving member of Sword Pavilion. With a rip, Yang Kai had torn open the Pavilion Master's clothes, and he couldn't help but be stunned at what he saw. He'd planned to investigate how Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master died, but he didn't expect to find the truth so quickly. On the man's broad chest was a spider-shaped imprint. The spider was silver in color with a crescent moon mark on its back. As if it were a living thing, its 8 legs were spread apart and a silvery thread of spider silk spread out, covering the man's body. This is... Yang Kai suddenly felt that this mark looked familiar. Before he could remember where he'd seen this pattern before, though, the spider suddenly jumped off from the Pavilion Master's chest and lunged at Yang Kai. Lu Shui screamed and recoiled in fear. In a flash, Yang Kai threw his head back to avoid the spider's attack, but he couldn't help the shaking feeling in his soul. His vision suddenly grew disoriented. Then a huge 8-legged spider with its teeth and claws brandished at him filled his vision and occupied his entire mind. The spider was clearly the seal on Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master's chest, magnified countless times over. Its huge mouth opened up and it launched its fangs towards Yang Kai, seemingly intending to devour him whole. But this scene was not real. In Lu Shui's vision, after the spider seal on her Pavilion Master's chest jumped out at Yang Kai, the young man's eyes suddenly lost focus. At the same time, extremely pure spiritual energy rippled out. Amazingly, the spider was a sole divine ability, and the giant spider that Yang Kai saw was nothing more than an illusion. But despite it being an illusion, though, things wouldn't end well if he were truly devoured by the spider. At a critical life-or-death moment, a dragon roar burst out as a golden dragon head suddenly emerged behind Yang Kai's back, roaring at the giant spider. Dragon pressure spilled out and extended to the heavens. With a rumble, Yang Kai's soul was shaken again, and by the time he regained his senses, the spider was nowhere to be seen. The divine ability hidden in the Pavilion Master's body had been shattered by the dragon pressure. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Yang Kai's face turned grim. He finally remembered why the crescent moon pattern was so familiar to him. He had seen it before, on Shan Qing Luo's body. Shan Qing Luo carried the bloodline and source of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. On a certain part of her body not known to anyone else was a mark just like the one Yang Kai just witnessed. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits, and while its ranking amongst divine spirits wasn't too high, it definitely wasn't low either. This grand ancient ruins boundary actually has a divine spirit. Thinking back to the dragon bead he had obtained from Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's disbelief was quickly dispelled. This grand ancient ruins boundary was a mysterious place. There had been a true dragon here, so what was so strange about there being a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider as well? With that, it seemed that Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master must have been killed by the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's attack. No wonder this man couldn't put up any resistance. Even under the restrictions of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the might of a divine spirit was still not something an ordinary master could dream of confronting. If taken out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and into the outer universe, this Heavenly Moon Demon Spider would definitely become in existence at least on par with Miameng. Yang Kai's heart burned. It was a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. If he could kill it and take its monster core, then give it to Luo once he returned, wouldn't Luo be able to reach open heaven realm in a single bound? Who knows how happy that girl would be then. She would definitely try all kinds of tricks to please him then. But very soon, Yang Kai dismissed that idea. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider wasn't something that one should just provoke on a whim, lest he tried to steal a chicken but lose his rice. Turning Luo and the others into widows wouldn't be a worthwhile risk. You? Lu Shui's shocked voice came from next to him. Looking at Yang Kai, her eyes were shaking violently. She seemed to have seen something astonishing in that one instant that scared her so much that she fell on her bottom, so shocked that she'd forgotten to stand back up. Yang Kai shot her a light glance but promptly ignored her. Instead, he leaned down to swipe the Pavilion Master's space ring. Checking its contents with his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that this old man was truly wealthy. There were more than 1 billion open heaven pills inside the space ring, piled up into several small mountains. There were also countless other cultivation materials and also a number of good artifacts. This man had been Sword Pavilion's pavilion master for so many years that he was bound to have accumulated some level of wealth during his hegemonic reign over the Star City. A certain jade slip caught Yang Kai's attention, and taking it out, he swept his divine sense over it and instantly raised his brow. The jade slip actually turned out to be the cultivation method for the Starfall Sword formation and Defying Heaven Star Net formation. These were extreme treasures. Even though forming this formation had strict requirements for those involved, chief among them cultivating the Sword Dao, it was still quite possible for Yang Kai to make use of it in the future. Just as he was about to put the jade slip away, Yang Kai's instincts suddenly tugged at him, causing him to jerk his head in a certain direction. There seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes there, observing him from across the void. It gave him goosebumps as if something bad had its eyes set on him. In the direction Yang Kai was staring, across a vast stretch of mountains and wastelands, a massive herd of ominous beasts of all different shapes and sizes was marching. There were giant beasts as majestic as mountains, rising over 1,000 meters tall, shaking the earth with each step they took. There were also skeletal humanoid figures with 2 heads, bearing their fangs with arms like scythes, running as fast as the wind. Though they were humanoid in shape, they were still more beast than man, with heads like that of a praying mantis or other insects and animals. They were all densely gathered in one place, but at the moment they were just like a well-trained army marching forward, racing towards the depths of the wilderness. The most conspicuous part was the center of the beast tide, where an incomparably huge spider strode, using its 8 legs. It seemed to move slowly and clumsily, but its speed was actually as fast as lightning. From time to time, spider silk was spat out from its jaws and pierced through the bodies of random beasts before they were pulled into its mouth and swallowed. On the huge spider's back was a building resembling a pavilion, and inside the pavilion lounged a woman lazily on a bamboo sofa, dressed in highly revealing clothes. The woman was the epitome of charm, even being comparable to the likes of Shan Qingluo. It was the kind of beauty that made a man's blood boil as soon as they set their eyes upon it. When Yang Kai shattered the heavenly moon demon spider's illusion with his dragon pressure, the enchanting woman on the bamboo sofa suddenly opened her eyes and let out a soft giggle. Looking in the direction of the ruined Star City, she licked her lips with her scarlet tongue after a moment and smiled. It was a smile that caused the world to lose its color, leaving only the seduction of her face behind. With a light clap, a green figure appeared instantaneously and knelt down in front of her. It was a creature with a humanoid body, yet with large scythes for arms and topped off by a mantis head. "There's an interesting little fellow back in the direction we just came from. Bring him to me alive." The mantis head nodded before it transformed into a green light, speeding away to carry out her order. Back inside the Star City, Yang Kai was frowning. He focused his senses, but he couldn't catch that feeling again. He couldn't help but wonder whether he had used up too much of his energy in yesterday's fight and was now sensing things wrong because of it. He thought of leaving immediately, but he'd barely searched half of Star City, so it would be too much of a pity to leave just like that. Sighing, Yang Kai gathered all the space rings in the hall and headed out into the Star City, sweeping up all the valuables he could along the way. In any case, this was no place to be staying for an extended amount of time, so he had to hurry out of here after he was done scavenging. Lu Shui, who had been left to daydream in the hall, had only come back to her senses after a long time. Over the past few days, too much had happened to her. First, she was tossed about by Yang Kai. Then she came back to Sword Pavilion just to find that she was now alone. Sadness filled her heart, and she didn't even know where to go in the future. Taking out a spirit pill, she stuffed it into her mouth and sat down cross-legged, adjusting her breathing and meditating. No matter what she did in the future, she had to recover her strength before she could make any other plans. Yang Kai moved quickly around the Star City. His divine sense was spread out like a tidal wave. Pushing it outwards with all his might, it extended out like countless large hands that plucked the space rings off each dead body and tossed them into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai didn't have the time to probe into them to see what was inside since there were too many, so he could only wait until later before slowly taking inventory. Half a day later, he had basically swept through the entire destroyed Star City. Just as he was about to return, though, he suddenly heard a faint but shrill scream from a certain direction and quickly turned towards it. That was the direction of the main hall where Sword Pavilion's pavilion master died, and it was undoubtedly Lu Shue's voice he just heard. There were no living beings in the Star City other than him and Lu Shue, so it had to be her. But an extra life aura had clearly appeared in that direction. Only, the aura gave off a strange feeling and seemed to be radiating monster chi. A monster beast. Yang Kai frowned. Curious, he used instantaneous movement and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in the hall. Looking around, he frowned. There, he saw Lu Shue raised into the air with a figure that was just slightly taller than an average human man in front of her. It was a humanoid monster wearing a short-sleeved animal skin shirt, and its entire body was turquoise in color. Even though he had a humanoid form, it was definitely not human. Its 2 arms were like sharp scythes, and a flat-looking head topped its body that looked just like that of a mantis. What in the world is that? Yang Kai had been traveling the world for many years, but he had never seen such a strange being before. Generally speaking, monster beasts were able to take human form after cultivating to a certain extent, and only when their cultivation was lacking would there be monster beast traces remaining after they assumed human form. But the aura of this mantis head was very strong, even greater than that of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. So, how could it still appear to look half monster, half human? Yang Kai assumed that it was due to the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon's low sentience that they did not assume human form. Without high enough sentience, it was naturally impossible for them to assume human form. Could it be that this mantis head has not fully gained sentience yet? When he heard the noise, the mantis head turned to look at Yang Kai. His compound eyes revealed a lost look while he scratched his head with his raised scythe arms, appearing slightly puzzled. His mistress told him that there was an interesting fellow over here and asked him to capture him. As soon as he came here and saw Lu Shue, he thought that she was the one. But now another one had appeared. Which one was it? After carefully distinguishing the aura between Lu Shue and Yang Kai, he was still confused. From what he could sense, Lu Shue was clearly much stronger than Yang Kai, but his instincts told him that Yang Kai was a greater threat to his life than this girl. After pondering for a while, he suddenly grinned and spoke in a voice similar to metal scraping against metal. "Forget it. I'll just bring them both back. This mantis head can speak?" Lu Shue was taken aback before she turned a pleading gaze towards Yang Kai. Her life was hanging by a thread at this moment, and she could very easily be dismembered with just a quick movement from the mantis head. So the only one she could rely on now was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was willing to save her, then she had hope to live. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai didn't even look at her. She couldn't help but feel dejected at this, but it did make sense. Yang Kai had just been on a killing spree aiming to annihilate all of Sword Pavilion. He even ran all the way here to slaughter everyone. Given she was also a member of Sword Pavilion, why would he care whether she lived or died? "Did you do this?" Yang Kai looked at the mantis head and asked, but he quickly shook his head. "No, you don't have the ability. I don't know what you're talking about." With a shake of the mantis head's arm, Lu Shue, who was lifted into the air, screamed as she was tossed to the side. While walking towards Yang Kai, he lightly rubbed his scythe arms together, producing a hair-raising screech. "Little thing, Mistress told me to capture you alive, so you'd better not resist or you'll regret it." "Mistress?" Yang Kai raised a brow. He was interested in prying out of this mantis head's mouth who this mistress was. But with a green flash in front of his eyes, the mantis head had already swiftly made his way over in front of him. A sharp glint entered Yang Kai's eyes as a scythe arm swung down towards his head. Fast! Yang Kai's pupils shrank. At once, he manipulated space principles and teleported 30 meters back. Even so, the slash ripped open Yang Kai's shirt. When Yang Kai looked down, he discovered that a slit had been drawn over the new set of clothes he had changed into on the road. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough, otherwise he would have eaten a loss on the very first move. "Oh!" The mantis head looked at Yang Kai with his head cocked to the side, his compound eyes turning, seemingly puzzled as he commented, "You're quick. You're not so bad either." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Then let's see who's faster." The mantis head grinned, revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth in his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, His body transformed into a green light that approached Yang Kai as fast as lightning. Yang Kai took him on seriously. He had his divine sense locked onto the mantis head's aura while he circulated his space principles, ready to react to his movements. Suddenly, the hall was filled with gusts of wind and afterimages flickering about. Lu Shui, who had been thrown to the side, raised her head to see the hall filled with figures of Yang Kai and the mantis head. For a moment, she couldn't tell which were real and which were remnant images. She couldn't help but feel stunned. It was normally rare to encounter existences as fast as this, and now there were two who seemed evenly matched with each other. She didn't dare to remain. Neither the mantis head nor Yang Kai paid her any heed, but if she were caught in their fight, then there was no way she could withstand it in her current state. Forcing her body to move, she stumbled her way to the entrance and ran out. After running less than 1,000 meters, she heard a violent noise from behind her. Turning around, she could see the hall crumble as two figures rose into the air. The violent aftershock threw her several tens of meters away. When she landed on the ground, she even spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Once outside the hall, both Yang Kai and the mantis head seemed to have been freed from some sort of shackle. Like a dragon into the sea or a tiger in the mountains, they pushed their speed to its limits at once. In the sky above the crumbling ruins, the two figures flickered back and forth, up and down, chasing each other from one end of the Star City to the other. They occasionally exchanged blows, causing the sky to shake and the earth to crack. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai was no match for the mantis head in terms of speed. This guy was truly as fast as the wind and lightning. The only way Yang Kai could keep up was by relying on his space principles. Even more terrifyingly, not only was this mantis head extremely fast, but his sword techniques were also incredibly masterful. The two scythe-like arms were just like natural-born armaments. Wielded by the mantis head, they became peerless blades. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that this enemy's techniques needed no thought to execute. Each strike was honed and refined to the point of perfection, smoothly flowing while not the slightest bit wasteful. Yang Kai was actually feeling overwhelmed. He came feeling invincible after destroying the Sword Pavilion sword formation and slaughtering thousands of Thunderlight members. Yang Kai felt that no one in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was his opponent any longer. But this mantis head actually made him feel pressured, so it was easy to see how terrifying this guy was. Which cultivator in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary could possibly compete with an existence such as this? Yang Kai estimated that even if Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master came back to life, he still wouldn't be able to do anything to this guy. Worse, this mantis head was just a henchman, so how terrifying could his mistress possibly be? Yang Kai had a faint suspicion that the mistress this mantis head talked about was the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Thinking back to his thoughts of wanting to get his hands on that Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's monster core, Yang Kai realized just how ignorant and arrogant he had been. Enough! Yang Kai bellowed and threw his palm out with a violent power that knocked the mantis head away. In terms of speed, Yang Kai with his space principles could barely match his opponents, but nothing good would come from dragging this fight out. It really wasn't a good idea to stay here for long. If the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider decided to come back, then he had no idea whether he would be able to resist or even escape. This battle had to be decided quickly. The moment he pushed back the mantis head, Yang Kai had already summoned his Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd. With his divine sense, he opened the gourd and light poured out of it in an instant, filling the world and enveloping the mantis head. A bunch of clinks sounded alongside a bunch of sparks. Yang Kai's widened his eyes and he looked ahead in astonishment. Charging through the Yuan magnetic divine light, the mantis head's speed instantly decreased. However, his momentum was still continuously increasing. The Yuan magnetic divine light, which devastated both Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion, was barely useful against this mantis head. Even though he was instantly covered in injuries, they were very minor and almost negligible. This guy, his skin is on par with a sixth-order monster beast. The monster beasts of the outer universe were also divided into different orders. Just like the open heaven realm, the monster beasts that were below this realm were not included within those divisions. In other words, there had to be a sixth-order monster core in this mantis head's body, otherwise it would be impossible for him to resist the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light with just his physical body. Yang Kai's eyes instantly lit up. Even though he had no idea what properties this mantis head's monster core had, anything at the sixth order was still going to be a treasure. The mantis head was not injured much, but he was apparently greatly angered by Xianxia's move. He felt that this human was both despicable and shameless. Even though they were obviously competing with speed, he suddenly came up with another technique which made him feel deeply insulted. He began to shout, "You little thing, you made the senior mantis very angry. This senior mantis has decided to eat one of your arms and legs." Losing an arm and a leg wouldn't kill this human, and his mistress told him to capture him alive but didn't say anything about bringing him back whole. In other words, ripping off a couple limbs wouldn't be going against his mistress' orders. As the mantis head shouted, his scythes danced around and cut off the Yuan magnetic divine light that was gushing his way before he pounced to within 30 meters of Xianxia. Xianxia wore a grim expression. He knew that the Yuan magnetic divine light was not going to be of any use against this guy. Even though the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd was a powerful weapon, it could be resisted by anyone in the sixth order or above where its effects would be limited. This artifact was suitable for large-scale battles where its might could be shown fully, such as the previous battle with Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion. Currently, the Yuan magnetic divine light wasn't working and Xianxia could not use his golden crow cast the sun manifestation for some time. When he broke Sword Pavilion's sword formation, Xianxia's Dao seal was shaken and needed time to stabilize, so unless it was a life or death situation, it was better not to use his divine manifestation for the time being. And, when facing an opponent like this mantis head, the only way to win was to face him head-on. With that in mind, Xianxia immediately put away the wind gourd and reached out his hand. As dragon pressure spread out, the azure dragon spear was summoned. Casually brandishing the spear, he thrust it out. The mantis head was speeding over in fury, and didn't expect Xianxia to play another trick so quickly. When the tip of the azure dragon spear was rapidly magnifying in front of his eyes, he quickly lifted his two scythes in front of himself to block. With a clink, the mantis head paled slightly as both of his compound eyes shook violently. The figure that was lunging forward suddenly flew backwards as if possessed by a ghost. After being blasted back more than 1,000 meters, the mantis head looked down to see the dent in his right arm. His extremely sturdy scythe arm was almost pierced through by his opponent's spear. Shocked, he stared at the azure dragon spear in Xianxia's hand and asked hoarsely, "What is that spear you're wielding?" He knew his body best, and though it wasn't as solid as metal, the things that could hurt him were still few. But just a single hit from this opponent in front of him carried terrifying power, so much so that it felt like a deadly threat to him. Of course, it's the spear that will end your life. Xianxia had already arrived in front of the mantis head in a flash while speaking and stabbed his spear out like a flood dragon going to sea. At the same time, Xianxia felt a little frustrated. He had prepared to take the mantis head's life with that strike just now. The azure dragon spear was crafted from the bones of a true dragon. Even considering the entire 3,000 worlds, it was considered a top artifact. The mantis head's defense was certainly strong, but it was impossible for it to block the azure dragon spear's might. Unfortunately, his efforts were for naught. After eating a loss once, the mantis head didn't dare to take him head-on anymore. He quickly flashed aside to avoid the spear thrust, turning into a green shadow that was constantly circling around Xianxia while he waved his scythe arms, throwing attacks at him from every direction, making it hard to pin him down. Xianxia pushed the power of the azure dragon spear to the limit, enveloping himself in a towering spear shadow. Compared to the mantis head's masterful sword techniques, Xianxia's spear technique could practically be called amateurish. After all, he had never properly cultivated the spear Dao before, only using the azure dragon spear instinctually since he obtained it. The two could hardly be compared in terms of skill. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't value skill and technique, but compared to that, he felt that ultimately strength was the deciding factor in a life-or-death battle. No matter how impressive one's techniques were, absolute strength would still be able to smash through them. But now, he realized that his thinking was too shallow. No matter how powerful the azure dragon spear was, it was useless if he couldn't hit his opponent, and the mantis head was fast enough and skillful enough to dodge or parry any attack Xianxia tried. It had already reached a terrifying level where skill could surpass power. From time to time, The mantis head would even take advantage of openings in Yang Kai's sloppy spearmanship to cut him, drawing fresh blood from his wounds. Even Yang Kai's solid half-dragon physique could not resist the cuts of these sharp scythe arms. If the fight dragged on like this, then the one who would suffer a loss would be Yang Kai in the end. Yang Kai was astonished, but he was also helpless to do anything about it. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The mantis head was quick, but he could not stop him catch him if he used instantaneous movement and leapt across space. But if he left just like that, this enemy would probably bother him later and might even become a hindrance on his martial Tao. Your blood is delicious. In the midst of the fierce battle, the mantis head still had the leisure to pay attention to other details. Quite apparently, it was in a comfortable position. Even while he was speaking, his voice sounded breathy as if it had discovered a delicious delicacy that whetted his appetite. Yang Kai's body was filled with dragon blood, so while an ordinary cultivator may not be able to sense anything, this mantis head was a monster beast with a keen sense of smell, so naturally he could tell the difference. No wonder Mistress asked me to capture you alive. Ha ha, this senior mantis will be basking in glory today. The mantis head laughed. As his body circled around Yang Kai, his voice could be heard from all directions. Yang Kai grit his teeth, not saying a word. He was concentrating on dealing with the mantis head's flurry of attacks, and whenever the two clashed, flashes of light from the scythe and spear would appear, breaking down the already destroyed Star City into even smaller pieces. But an opening was sure to appear after a long defense. One man and one beast fought for an entire hour before the mantis head finally found a good opportunity. Deflecting Yang Kai's Azure Dragon spear with his right scythe arm, he rushed before Yang Kai and stabbed his left arm towards his enemy's chest as a fierce light flashed across his two compound eyes. With a piercing sound, half of his scythe arm impaled Yang Kai's abdomen, coming right out of his back. Fresh blood splashed out and Yang Kai's face paled slightly, but instead of panicking, he sneered and quipped, "Finally caught you." At those words, ignoring the sharpness of the scythe arm, Yang Kai grabbed onto the mantis head's blade, which instantly cut his fingers and caused blood to spill wildly. The mantis head thought that the victor was already decided and was just about to laugh, but he had a sudden start at those words and he could instinctively tell that things were not good. When he looked up, the Azure Dragon spear was coming right down onto his head. He sneered hoarsely, "You think you can catch the senior mantis? You're still too naive." The scythe that was in Yang Kai's abdomen suddenly stirred inside of him, and while Yang Kai was in great pain, the mantis head swiftly retracted his arm and drew back. "Solidify!" Yang Kai shouted as his spear thrust out. Space principles were pushed to their limit and the surrounding space froze. The mantis head's smile froze. The only thing he could feel was space squeezing down on him madly, greatly reducing his speed of retreat. As he watched the Azure Dragon spear quickly fill his vision, he cried out in fear, "You little thing, you're too deceitful." No matter how hard he tried, he still could not surpass the speed that the Azure Dragon spear was approaching. Pooh! The mantis head's head burst open in midair, and his headless body fell back to the ground while twitching and shaking. Yang Kai withdrew his spear and coughed up a large mouthful of fresh blood. He could not stop his body from falling heavily to the ground. He truly suffered a big loss this time. In order to land a killing blow with his final spear, Yang Kai had been trying his best to conceal the full extent of his abilities. He limited his usage of space principles, only using them enough to keep pace with mantis head's speed. This was also he could force his opponent to reveal an opening. Finally, Yang Kai risked his own body to draw in his opponent. Only when that was combined with a burst of space principles to limit his opponent's movements was he lucky enough to succeed. Otherwise, Yang Kai had no idea how long this battle would have dragged on for. But it was still worth it. Even though he sustained a severe injury, being able to eliminate such a strong foe was still considered a great harvest for his growth and honing of his skills. Looking down at the hole in his abdomen, with blood pouring out of it, as well as the countless cuts all over his body, Yang Kai realized just how much he had been on the receiving end of this fight this whole time, while the mantis head merely sustained 2 direct spear strikes from him. One spear to probe, while the second the killing blow. Yang Kai tried to get up, but his guts were churning and it hurt so much that it was unbearable. He eventually had no choice but to sit down and take out some pills, stuffing them into his mouth to help him recover. As he did that, He also put the mantis head's body into his space ring. Only then did he begin circulating his strength and adjusting his breathing to heal his wounds. Time passed slowly, and an incense stick of time later, he heard the small sound of footsteps approaching. Yang Kai looked over and saw a pale-faced Lu Shui walking over, looking stunned at him. When their eyes met, panic surfaced in Lu Shui's eyes. She wasn't affected too much by the fallout of Yang Kai and the mantis head's battle, as she was able to escape far enough away, but as a result she had no idea how their fight was going. Since everything turned quiet, she decided to go back and check on the situation. But she didn't expect Yang Kai to be the one who won in the end, with the seemingly unbeatable mantis head falling to the side. Even his head was broken apart. Even though she did not see the whole process of the fight, she knew how dire that battle must have been. From Yang Kai's current unstable aura and pale face, it was clear that his injuries were not small. Pursing her lips, she approached Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her with cold eyes, not knowing what this woman intended to do. Wasn't this the perfect time to take advantage of his heavy injuries to get revenge? But she herself was an arrow at the end of its flight, hardly able to exert any strength. If she really acted, he would definitely give her a big surprise to show her that a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. 1 step, 2 steps, merely several thousand meters apart. It still took Lu Shui half an incense stick of time to reach Yang Kai. Slightly panting, she extended a hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered in his heart and gathered some of his strength, ready to fight back. But something confused him. Why didn't this woman have any murderous intent at all? In the next moment, Yang Kai was stunned. That was because even though Lu Shui grabbed him, she had no intention of doing anything to him. Instead, she turned her back to him and crouched down, revealing her slender back to him while holding both his wrists, pulling him onto her back and saying, "This place is dangerous, we can't stay for long." Gathering her strength, she got up and made her way step by step out of the Star City. This woman actually plans on carrying me out on her back? Yang Kai was dumbfounded by this. He wouldn't think it strange at all if Lu Shui were to take advantage of this situation to get revenge. After all, he killed so many people from Sword Pavilion and made life miserable for her, so she should have a deep grudge against him. But what did she hope to achieve by helping him? Yang Kai couldn't understand it. They were definitely enemies, not friends. Even so, Yang Kai truly felt that she was a woman, as her body was very soft. It was the first time she was carrying a man on her back like this, though Yang Kai didn't know that. With Yang Kai breathing right next to her ear, Lu Shui gradually blushed red. The difference in their body size was not much, but as a man, Yang Kai was bound to be a little taller than her, so Lu Shui could only hunch over while she walked, which looked rather funny. It was a first for Yang Kai to be carried on the back of a woman like this too, giving rise to an extremely strange feeling inside of him. But no matter what the situation, this kind of thing was still hard to get used to. He patted Lu Shui's shoulder and cleared his throat. "Why don't you lend me your shoulder instead?" Lu Shui stopped and thought about it for a moment. In the end, she put Yang Kai down and put his arm over her shoulder, supporting him as they walked forward. After a few steps, though, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground, this time having Yang Kai catch her. Eyes meeting, Yang Kai had a speechless face, while Lu Shui blushed. "Let's go," Yang Kai said. Then, side by side, the two left the destroyed Star City together, feeling like they were helping and supporting each other. Before coming here, Yang Kai was spirited and his murderous intent was strong, but he never would have expected to leave in such a pitiful state. From time to time, he would turn to look at Lu Shui. He could already be sure that this woman meant him no harm. After all, just now was the best time to make a move on him. Still, it confused him to no end. In a cave near a cliff, two figures sat down cross-legged more than 30 meters apart. The cave was not large, but it was very clean and well hidden. Lu Shui had brought Yang Kai to this place after the two left Sword Pavilion's Star City. This cave was hundreds of kilometers away, which wasn't considered too far. This was a cave she had encountered before, so she didn't have any trouble locating it and traveling here. Both of them were recuperating in silence, both remaining silent. Strictly speaking, neither of them said much to each other while they helped each other out of the Star City, and Yang Kai also did not ask Lu Shui why she would help him rather than take the opportunity to try to kill him for revenge. A woman's mind was the most difficult mystery to unravel. Trying to guess would only make his head hurt, so why make life hard for himself? In less than 3 days, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His aura had completely recovered, and the large wound through his abdomen had also basically healed. With dragon blood flowing through his veins, he could recover at a terrifying rate. He had also refined the immortal tree's wood element into his Dao seal, which increased his healing abilities greatly. So long as the injury was not fatal, he could recover from it with a little time. Slowly getting up, his body crackled, and after stretching out his muscles, he felt better than ever. The battle with the mantis head was certainly difficult, but it also allowed Yang Kai to realize some of his shortcomings, so it could be considered a rewarding experience. Looking over to the side, Lu Shui was still in the midst of her recovery, and her aura was still unstable. Her injuries weren't going to heal as easily. The drawbacks of being burned by Golden Crow's true fire could not be erased in such a short time. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, no longer having any intention of killing this woman. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and after checking the direction, he rushed into the sky. 3 days later, Lu Shui woke up from her meditation, and when she looked over to her side, she found that she was the only one left in the cave. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Even though Yang Kai left, she could feel that a simple spirit array was arranged at the entrance to the cave with the ability to conceal one's aura, sheltering her slightly. This crude spirit array was undoubtedly left by Yang Kai for her before he left. After being surprised for a moment, Lu Shui shut her eyes again and continued adjusting her breathing, focusing on her recuperation. Outside of Scarlet Star's Star City, a stream of light pierced the sky and swooped down. The disciples in charge of monitoring any movement in all directions and guarding the Star City's Grand Array were all shocked to see this. Just as they were about to activate the defensive Grand Array, they suddenly realized that the one rushing over was Yang Kai, and all their hands and feet went cold. They were frozen stiff in place. The Killing Star was back. Previously, Yang Kai broke Sword Pavilion's sword formation all by himself outside the Star City and brought destruction upon Thunderlight. Countless people bore witness to the scene, so how could they not recognize this figure? Scarlet Star's managers were blinded by the lust for their own gains and abandoned Yang Kai during a moment of crisis, sweeping him out from their doors, which greatly offended him, so the disciples of Scarlet Star were all trembling in fear every day. Who knows how many of them left quietly in fear of Yang Kai returning to settle debts, escaping out of Scarlet Star for dear life. If Chen Tianfei hadn't given the order to activate the Grand Array, forcing anyone who wanted to leave to be identified before they would be allowed out, it would be hard to say how many would dare still remain. Even so, the disciples still remaining in Scarlet Star were very uneasy. Yang Kai had previously captured Lu Shui and brought her to Sword Pavilion's headquarters. Now, with him returning in great vigor and the situation at Sword Pavilion being unknown, anyone could guess that things were likely disastrous for the other party. Now that the Yang Kai has returned, where should Scarlet Star go? Contrary to what they expected though, Yang Kai didn't rush straight into the Star City. When he was about to arrive, he suddenly turned around and looked to the side. With a note of surprise, he smiled and turned around, landing over that side. Very soon, he reached a mountain valley and landed atop a giant head. Having something land on top of it startled the owner of this head. It raised its eyes and was about to fume at the person, but it immediately settled down with one tap from Yang Kai's foot. The huge creature was the Scarlet Flood Dragon. Then Yang Kai looked at a hole not far in the distance and shouted, "Come out of there." There was a large rumble as if thunder was moving through the ground, and following that, the Earth Dragon emerged from the hole. Its large snout wriggled restlessly, spraying fluids everywhere, and the sound of corrosion could be heard from the ground. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was clearly disgusted at this sight, snorting disdainfully at it. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at the two with a grin. "Did someone drive you out?" The Earth Dragon's whereabouts were unknown when he left, but from what Guiziyan said, the Earth Dragon had seen that it was at a disadvantage on Yuan Magnetic Mountain and decided to flee. The disciples of Thunderlight and Sword Pavilion couldn't do anything about it either, so they let it go. On the other hand, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was captured and later brought to the Star City. After Yang Kai's words, 2 divine senses were transmitted directly to him. The sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon was not high, so they were unable to speak properly nor assume human form, but they could still transmit some information through their divine senses. Moreover, during their time with Yang Kai, he could clearly sense that their sentience had improved by a lot. Before, communicating with them was quite difficult, but things were much easier now. It must have something to do with the dragon blood pills. The dragon blood pills that Yang Kai refined in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were all of peak grade or higher, mainly because of how high the grade the dragon blood flowers were. Even he himself would benefit greatly by taking the pills, much less the scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon, both exotic beasts with dragon veins. They had also grown considerably in size and strength during this time. Through their descriptions, Yang Kai learned that it wasn't someone who drove them out of the Star City, but rather they themselves felt uneasy staying there and chose to leave on their own accord. It did make sense. They were huge creatures that were both over 300 meters long, while the Star City was crowded with buildings. So how could they stretch out and relax in such a cramped space? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Under careful observation, he could see that the Scarlet Flood Dragon had yet to recover from its injuries. It was beaten badly by the cultivators from Sword Pavilion previously on Yuan Magnetic Mountain and nearly had its head cut off by them. Even now, there was still a huge cut remaining on its neck that had yet to seal up. The Earth Dragon, on the other hand, did not have any big problems. This guy was a slippery one, literally, and if Yang Kai hadn't suppressed him with his dragon vein, then he might not have been able to subdue him. At this moment, several figures emerged from the Star City and moved quickly in Yang Kai's direction. They were all in the open heaven realm, but none of them flew. Instead, they ran on the ground. The one at the front had a fat body like a mountain of meat that jiggled as he sprinted. Who else could it be but Chun Tianfei? Right behind him were Scarlet Star's other managers. Even though he had a plump shape, Chun Tianfei's movements were indescribably agile. In quick steps, it didn't take long for him to reach this place. With a flattering smile on his face, he cupped his fist in greeting. Congratulations to the mighty brother Yang for this triumphant return. It was extremely awkward for him, as an open heaven realm master, to be calling an Emperor Realm Junior brother, but there was no helping it. They were currently weaker than Yang Kai, so Chun Tianfei had no choice but to lower himself. As for the title of sixth manager, he naturally did not have the face to call Yang Kai that again. Behind him, the Ouyang brothers, Lady Qin, and Bei Yushan all gave their congratulations in unison with complicated expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that this young man who forced his way into Scarlet Star would possess such terrifying abilities? If they had known this was the case in the beginning, they would have treated him with far more respect. As long as they could bring this man to their side, in this Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, who did Scarlet Star have to fear? Unfortunately, they had missed the opportunity and even added insult to injury. Right now, it was useless to regret anything. But what embarrassed and annoyed them even more was the fact that they had personally gone out to greet him, but Yang Kai completely ignored them, only showing his back to them, treating them like air. Instead, he was very friendly and amiable with these two exotic beasts. A moment later, Yang Kai raised a hand, and two red and round spirit pills flew out, landing into the mouths of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. Chun Tianfei's heart jumped at this sight. Though he had no idea what those spirit pills were, he could tell from the smell alone that they were extraordinary goods. Yet this guy actually tossed them out to two beasts. It was simply a waste. How was the result of Brother Yang's trip? Chen Tianfei asked with a cautious face. Yang Kai finally turned around and swept his eyes across the faces of these people. He had a straight face that showed neither joy nor anger, but Chun Tianfei and the others could feel their skin turning taut from his gaze, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast that could kill them at any moment. Dong dong dong. The sound of his heart's beating rapidly could be heard as Chun Tianfei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even the smile on his face had become stiff. After a long time, Yang Kai finally smiled and asked, "How is Manager Chun hoping my trip would go?" This was probably the biggest thing that Scarlet Star was worried about. If Yang Kai really could defeat Sword Pavilion alone, that meant that no one in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary could rival him. If Sword Pavilion could still hold out against him, then that meant he could still be brought under control. But never in their wildest dreams would they have guessed that Yang Kai did not have any confrontation with Sword Pavilion at all and instead had a great battle with a strange mantis head. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Chun Tianfei smiled awkwardly. Naturally, this Chen hopes Brother Yang remains undefeated, emerging victorious in every battle. Heh! Yang Kai did not confirm nor deny anything. It would be madness for anyone to believe this fatty. Not bothering to say anything more to him, Yang Kai simply left. With one step, he had already arrived in the Star City, and with another, he was in his residence. He left Scarlet Star's managers to shiver in the cold winds alone, feeling a chill run down their backs. Chen Tianfei suddenly came back to his senses and gave chase, shouting loudly, "Brother Yang, Brother Yang." He was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Shocked that Yang Kai actually returned. Though he had no idea how his battle went with Sword Pavilion, his return must mean that Sword Pavilion must be in a bad situation. He was pleasantly surprised because Yang Kai did not kill them on the spot, which went to show that Yang Kai had no intention of slaughtering them. Otherwise, how could he possibly let them go after what they had done? But even though Yang Kai did not kill them did not mean that he was willing to let go of his grievances. Scarlet Star had to satisfy him if they wanted to be let off. How could Chen Tianfei dare to be slow? The head manager had placed the burden of Scarlet Star's survival on him, and if he did poorly, Scarlet Star could very well be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Inside his residence, Yang Kai was instantly met with several dozen gazes as soon as he entered, each one of them excited beyond compare. "Young master has returned." Yui smiled and bowed down elegantly like a real maidservant. It was hard to fathom that this woman was a powerful fifth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai had also grown used to her presence and nodded lightly. "Senior brother Yang." Meng Hong and the others cupped their fists, looking as if a weight had been lifted off their chests. "Subordinate greets, sir," Guo Ziyan said resoundingly while more than 30 people behind her cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, sir, congratulations on your return." Each one of them spoke with great vigor, their voices filled with respect and admiration. It was hard not to admire him, though, as just several days ago, none of them expected that a mere Emperor Realm cultivator could actually achieve such unimaginable feats. Other than Guo Ziyan, who was in the second-order open heaven realm, the rest of them were all Emperor Realm cultivators. What they had witnessed made this young man a totem of worship in their hearts. "No need for formalities. Get up." Yang Kai raised his hand. Only then did Guo Ziyan and the others stand up. Yui pursed her lips into a smile as she commented, "Young master should know that Commander Guo has withdrawn from Scarlet Star. Now, he is no longer one of Scarlet Star's men." "Resigned as a great commander?" Yang Kai glanced at Guo Ziyan and the people behind him, nodding. "That's not a bad idea. What do you plan to do in the future?" Guo Ziyan cupped his fist and quickly said, "This subordinate is willing to follow sir in the future and be at sir's service." "We are willing to follow and serve, sir." The rest spoke in unison. Yang Kai knew that these men must have been stamped with his seal after the fight that day. No matter who, these men were all his people now, so Scarlet Star probably didn't dare to keep them either, allowing them to easily leave. Guo Ziyan was a man of good disposition. Back then on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, he did not retreat even half a step under Thunderlight's intimidation, willing to share life and death with Yang Kai. It was clear he was a trustworthy man. Only his cultivation was slightly low at the second-order open heaven realm. Even if his strength could be elevated later, he would only be able to reach the fourth order at best. But a man's heart was more important. His low cultivation was no issue. What's more, Yang Kai really needed some subordinates to deal with miscellaneous matters right now, so he nodded and said, "Very well. In that case, you will follow me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but I will not let you suffer any injustice as long as you are sincere and loyal." Everyone felt their spirits lift as they shouted, "Many thanks, sir." Each of them was overwhelmed with joy. With an unparalleled star such as Yang Kai watching over them, then their status would surely rise in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Who would they have to fear in the future? "Congratulations, Commander Guo. You finally achieved your dream," Yui congratulated him joyously from the side. Guo Ziyan's face blushed and he responded embarrassedly, "Please don't make fun of this lowly one, Lady Yui. This one will be seeking ladies' guidance in the future." Yui smiled even more brilliantly. After that, Yui took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the things from the enemies you killed before. I've collected them all and sorted them into different categories." Yang Kai casually accepted it, glanced at it, and then put it away without a change in his expression. Yui was surprised at this sight. There were quite a lot of things in that ring. After all, it was the combined wealth of 3,000 people. The space rings of those mid-rank open heaven realm masters were especially heavy with wealth. She thought that Yang Kai would be happy to receive such a fortune, but unexpectedly, he didn't react at all. Could it possibly be that he is already satisfied from the last harvest from the Yuan Magnetic Mountain? While she was still feeling surprised, she heard Yang Kai say, "It's good that you have this experience. I'll have to trouble you to work a little more in the future then." With those words, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, there was an endless clanking sound. Then, a large pile of space rings instantly appeared in the courtyard before everyone's eyes, piled high like a small mountain. Everyone was shocked, speechless, and they all stared at the pile in a daze with indescribable astonishment in their hearts. The space rings in front of them must have numbered in the tens of thousands. Yuhi's face paled and her voice was trembling as she asked, "Young master, how many people have you killed?" She was about to cry. Wasn't this young master's murderous intent a little too strong? He had only made one trip to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, so how did he end up killing so many? No wonder Yang Kai didn't even blink at the space ring when she handed it over. That was only an accumulation of 3,000 people, whereas Yang Kai had tens of thousands of people's wealth here. The two couldn't even be compared, so how could such a small amount even faze him? Guo Ziyan and the others were also dumbfounded. Just as Yuhi thought, each space ring represented a life, and several tens of thousands of space rings meant several tens of thousands of people had died. Yang Kai left for just 3 or 4 days, so how could so many people have died at his hand in such a short time? What's more, where in Sword Pavilion did he find this many people to kill? Yuhi's heart clenched. Her young master couldn't have had a spike in his bloodlust and wiped out the entire Star City, right? If that was truly the case, then this was no small matter. The situation is complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Then Yang Kai beckoned, "Guo Ziyan, subordinate is present." Guo Ziyan responded solemnly, his heart beating intensely. "Have your men sort through these space rings, the same as before." "Yes." Guo Ziyan gulped. Even with several dozen people, sorting the contents of tens of thousands of space rings was still going to be a lot of work that would take them at least 10 days to half a month. Meng Hong said, "Let me help too." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be troubling you then, Brother Meng." Meng Hong laughed. "Nothing of the sort, Brother Yang. This Meng cannot be more grateful for your bestowment of the sun's true fire. Such a trivial matter isn't even worth mentioning." After leaving Guo Ziyan, Meng Hong, and the others in the courtyard to deal with the space rings, Yang Kai summoned Yuhi into the hall. Yuhi poured him a cup of tea and looked at him nervously before asking, "Young master, what happened? You couldn't have really slaughtered everyone in the Star City, right? Killing some people was no big deal, but if Yang Kai really did raise Sword Pavilion's Star City to the ground, it would be highly improper." She was worried that a heart demon would be bred in the future from such a wanton slaughter, leading Yang Kai to fall to the demonic path. How could she not be nervous? How can that be the case? Picking up the cup of tea, Yang Kai sat down boldly on a chair. He had gone to pick a fight with Sword Pavilion, but even if he had fought it out with them, he wouldn't have involved innocents, let alone slaughtered an entirety Star City. "I already told you, things are complicated." "Then what happened?" Moving her round hips over, Yuhi sat down on the chair next to him. Yang Kai frowned. "Before I could arrive, Sword Pavilion's Star City had already been raised. Everyone was dead. I just picked up their space rings." "Picked them up?" Yuhi was speechless. This kind of luck was simply too good. He had merely run over there and was able to pick up tens of thousands of space rings. It was a massive fortune, but soon Yuhi realized the severity of the situation and asked, "Sword Pavilion's Star City was already raised? Who would be strong enough to do such a thing?" Though the Star City was not too strong among the 3,000 worlds, Sword Pavilion was considered a fairly powerful force. Who could wipe them out? "A beast tide." Yang Kai sighed, but it was no simple beast tide. "It's not the same as the ones we've encountered before. I did not see the details, but even Sword Pavilion's pavilion master died there. Not a single person was left alive. Even Sword Pavilion's pavilion master died?" Yuhi was well and truly shocked. She knew that this pavilion master was a 6th order open heaven realm master, an order above her. Such a character would even have a place in the cave heavens and paradises, but he actually died in the grand ancient ruins boundary? Shaken, she asked, how do you know that it was Sword Pavilion's pavilion master? Lu Shui told me, otherwise, how would I have known? Yang Kai put down his tea and grinned meaningfully. You probably can't imagine whose hands Sword Pavilion's pavilion master died at. Yuhi had a curious look on her face, and Yang Kai didn't keep her hanging. A heavenly moon demon spider. Yuhi's face suddenly paled. Clearly, she knew what the existence of a heavenly moon demon spider represented. That was an ancient divine spirit. It was an existence that stood at the peak of the world. Only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be able to face it. While I was collecting the space rings in the Star City, I also bumped into a strange guy with a mantis head. While speaking, Yang Kai brought out the mantis head's corpse. Yuhi looked over at it but saw no head on the corpse. Its body was covered in turquoise skin and the two scythe-like arms were extremely sharp. There were reversed spikes on its leg bones. Even though the body was humanoid, it remained largely similar to a monster beast. This guy was not simple. I was heavily injured by him and was only able to recover after 3 days. Yang Kai flicked a finger at the corpse. He managed to injure you? Yuhi was surprised. But then, she had a suspicious look on her face. That's strange. If he could hurt you, then his strength must not have been bad, so how did he end up like this? He should have assumed human form long ago. That puzzled me too. That's why I brought him back, so you can have a look at him. How much do you know about the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? Yuhi shook her head gravely. I don't know much either. I've only heard some rumors before now. Only those who came in the past and left safely would know what the situation inside is like. After pondering for a moment, she guessed. This Grand Ancient Ruins boundary's world principles are extremely strange. For example, exotic beasts like the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon have quite good strength and, logically, they should have assumed human form long ago, but their sentience still remains low. Perhaps it's because of the strange world principles here that this mantis head would remain in a half-human, half-beast form. At least, I think that's why. Yang Kai nodded. That's the only possibility, it seems. But divine spirits also exist in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This place is not as simple as we thought it was. Yuhi felt the same. Even an existence such as Sword Pavilion could be destroyed by a beast tide, so clearly it wasn't too safe here for Scarlet Star either. Not to mention the existence of a terrifying ancient divine spirit. If there were more of these mantis heads, then Scarlet Star may not be able to survive. This was a creature that was able to injure Yang Kai, so ordinary people would not be able to resist in the slightest. Yuhi even doubted that she would be able to last more than an incense stick of time in a fight with this guy. No matter what, let's be careful from now on. Yang Kai was already thinking of a way out. If one day, the exit of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was barred by a divine spirit, then he needed to find a chance to get away. As the two were talking, Chunyu walked in from outside and cautiously observed Yang Kai's face for a moment before announcing, "Sir, Scarlet Star's managers are seeking an audience outside." Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile. They must be here to beg for peace. They even welcomed me outside of the city earlier, but I ignored them, Yang Kai scoffed. Then they must be shaking in fear now. Yuhi handed a box over to him. After you left that day, Scarlet Star's head manager brought his men here to deliver this. With all his talk, he was just trying to get me to say nice things about them to you once you returned. What is it? Yang Kai glanced at the box. Yuhi said indifferently, "It probably won't catch your eye. Just 3 fifth-order materials." Yang Kai nodded lightly as he picked up his tea and took a sip. When Chinyu heard this though, her heart jumped. 3 fifth-order materials were a wealth she had no idea whether she could ever get her hands on in her life. This would be considered an invaluable resource outside, but now it was casually brought out as a gift, and the person who received the gift even seemed to disdain it. Deeply feeling the insurmountable gap between her and some people in this world, Chun-Yu felt dejected. Yuhi checked the atmosphere and seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of refusing, she turned her head over and asked, "Who came?" Chun-Yu answered in a small voice, "All of Scarlet Star's managers are here. The head manager who came last time is also here." Yuhi nodded. Then, she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Young master, will you see them?" Yang Kai put down his cup of tea and patted his clothes, grinning. Since they're here with gifts, why wouldn't I see them? Yuhi was speechless. She knew that Scarlet Star was surely going to experience massive hemorrhaging this time. Only, she had no idea how big of a cut this young master of hers was going to leave them with. In front of the residence, Scarlet Star's managers were not looking good. They had already given Yang Kai face by welcoming him outside of the city, but Yang Kai completely ignored them and trampled their intentions. Anyone would feel humiliated by this. But when they thought about the terrifying power that Yang Kai possessed, none of them dared to complain. This time, under the leadership of the head manager, they came out collectively to visit him, but being made to wait at his door for such a long time was still hard to bear. Head manager, I say we should just go in. Why stand here and wait for so long? Bei Yushan spoke up. Mainly, they had been standing here with people walking back and forth on the street. Many people were throwing strange looks at them, which made him feel uneasy. Shut your mouth. Qin Tianfei jumped in fright and quickly shouted at him, do you still want to live? If you want to throw your life away, don't drag us down with you. He almost wanted to slap this brainless brute to death for even coming up with such a terrible idea. Bei Yushan scratched his head, wondering where he went wrong with his words. Qin Tianfei stepped forward and approached the head manager, whispering, I've already sent some men over. We will find out the situation at Sword Pavilion in less than 2 days. Head manager, no matter what, please hold back this time. It's not too late to make plans after we figure out the situation at Sword Pavilion. The head manager was silent as if he didn't hear what he said. To Scarlet Star's managers, what they were most curious about now was the outcome of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion. If Yang Kai was victorious, it would mean that there was no one in all of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary who could constrain him, but if Sword Pavilion won, then they naturally couldn't ask for better. At the very least, this little brat Yang Kai would not be able to run rampant. As soon as they noticed Yang Kai's return, Qin Tianfei had sent someone over to Sword Pavilion's headquarters to find out what happened. But delays along the way were inevitable. Worried that Yang Kai would come to them for revenge, the managers had come over to ask for peace, but it was nothing more than a delaying tactic. What is the situation over there? Qin Tianfei's mind was filled with all sorts of random thoughts. With the strength that Yang Kai displayed before, Sword Pavilion should not have been able to resist him, but Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master was a 6th-order Open Heaven Master, so he couldn't help but hold onto some hope. The 6th-order Open Heaven realm was merely one step away from reaching the high rank, and Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master had a mysterious background. It was rumored that he came from a powerful great force, so his heritage must not be bad. At this moment, there was a creak and the doors opened, allowing a timid figure to enter their eyes. Qin Tianfei hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Young lady, how is the situation? In the past, he would not have paid attention to someone as inferior as Chun Yu, much less speak to her in such a polite way. But now, things were different. No matter their cultivation realm, anyone on Yang Kai's side would surely see a rise in their status. Chun Yu shrank her neck and moved aside as she reported, Please come in, sirs. My young master is ready to see you. She used to call Yang Kai's senior brother Yang, but after what happened with Zhao Xingchun, she didn't have the face to call him that anymore, so she followed Yuhi's way of referring to him instead. Qin Tianfei was relieved and bowed his head, smiling. Many thanks, young lady Yu. Saying so, he silently slipped her a space ring. Chun Yu was caught off guard and took it instinctually. By the time she reacted, Scarlet Star's managers were already long gone. Staring blankly at the space ring in her hand, she quickly realized what had happened. Sweeping the contents with her divine sense, she discovered that there were 3,000 open heaven pills inside, and her heart couldn't help but jump. For any Emperor Realm cultivation, 3,000 open heaven pills was nothing to scoff at. She had merely passed on a message and was actually able to receive such great benefits. Chun Yu's heart was jumping madly since it was her first time in such a situation. Looking around and finding no one in her surroundings, she put away the space ring guiltily and shut the door. The Scarlet Star managers entered the residence and, under Qin Tianfei's lead, made their way to the main hall without issue. It was Qin Tianfei who took care of the layout of Yang Kai's residence to begin with, so he knew everything inside well. While walking forward, Qin Tianfei was still conversing via divine sense. Head manager, since the situation at Sword Pavilion is not yet clear, you must be patient no matter how rude that brat is later. Do not stoop to the same level as him. The head manager couldn't help but laugh. Fatty, since when have you become such a nag? This king is not a 3-year-old child. I have a sense of propriety. Chun Tianfei smiled awkwardly. Head manager is naturally wise, but I'm afraid that brat is too young to know proper measure. As they were talking, they arrived at a courtyard where they saw several dozen people working on something. It was Guo Ziyan and the others. The managers had no idea what they were doing, but they would hear someone shout every now and then, and all of them had joyous looks on their faces as if they had received a great boon from the heavens. Traitors! Chen Tian cursed them in his heart. He didn't want to pay any attention to these people, but when he swept a glance over and saw the situation in the courtyard, he was frozen stiff in place and his face instantly turned pale. When he stopped, the people behind him naturally stopped as well and followed his gaze. All of them were shocked in place as horror and disbelief filled their eyes. Lady Qin even gasped and covered her red lips with her hand. Bei Yushan almost bumped into the Ouyang brothers while he was distracted, stopping to scratch his head as he asked, "What happened?" But nobody answered him. It was as if the managers had had a binding technique cast on their bodies. All of them were feeling cold from the tops of their heads to the soles of their feet. When Bei Yushan looked up, he exclaimed, "Heavens! Where did they get all these space rings from?" The entire courtyard was filled with space rings. The number was simply impossible to count, but from what they could see, there had to be at least 40 or 50,000 of them. The noise alerted Guo Ziyan and the others who were working in the courtyard. Looking up, they saw Scarlet Star's managers. Even the head manager, a hidden dragon who shows his tail but never his face, was here. With a thought, they understood what happened. Even though they were no longer disciples of Scarlet Star and need not pay them any heed, Chun Tianfei and the others had been prominent figures for a long time, so when they saw the managers all here, they were at a bit of a loss. Guo Ziyan was the first to come to his senses and quickly shouted, "Don't just stand there stupidly, keep working. If Sir can entrust us with this job, it naturally means he trusts us. Don't any of you even think of swiping anything here. If I find out, then don't blame me for not showing mercy to my fellow brothers." "Yes," the group answered in unison and quickly lowered their heads to continue their work. The head manager slowly turned his head and shot a glance at Chun Tianfei with a grave expression. Chun Tianfei understood and swiftly moved his meatball-like body through the sea of space rings to arrive at Guo Ziyan's side. Smiling while cupping his fist, "Great Commander Guo!" Guo Ziyan originally did not want to have any interactions with Chun Tianfei and the other managers. After all, they also relied on Scarlet Star in the past. But now that this man was already in front of him, he couldn't ignore him either. As such, he hastily returned the salutations. "Manager Chun, is there something you need? If you're looking for Sir, then he should be in the reception hall." Chun Tianfei smiled. "We can head there later. I just wanted to ask, where did these space rings come from?" Guo Ziyan answered, "Sir brought them back from Sword Pavilion." "From Sword Pavilion?" Chun Tianfei's face twitched, gulping silently, not wanting to believe it, but simply unable to find another explanation. He had already made guesses when he first saw the space rings, so now Guo Ziyan's words undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. Only by raiding an entire star city would it be possible to acquire such a high number. If the space rings were collected from all the cultivators from Scarlet Star's Star City, then it would also reach about the same number. But these were the space rings from Sword Pavilion, and each space ring represented a life. Tens of thousands of space rings meant tens of thousands of lost lives. Did that little brat raise Sword Pavilion's entire Star City? Chen Tianfei had no idea how he walked back, and it wasn't until the head manager shouted at him that he came back to his senses. Staring at the head manager in a daze, Chen Tianfei's lips seemed to squirm as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't muster a single word. He was truly shocked. Just because of the grudge he had previously with Sword Pavilion, Yang Kai rushed over with spear in hand and not only returned unscathed but even slaughtered the entirety of the Star City. Such ferociousness! Such ruthlessness! How could such a man be reasoned with? Scarlet Star had likely kicked an iron plate this time, and if they weren't careful, Sword Pavilions yesterday would become Scarlet Stars tomorrow. If Yang Kai could massacre an entire Star City once, he wouldn't mind doing it twice. Chen Tianfei even thought of turning around and running away, getting as far away from here as possible. But the head manager had already taken the first step forward, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow along. It was a blessing, not a curse. And if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. What was destined to come must eventually come. Led by the head manager, Chen Tianfei and the others stepped into the reception hall and looked up to see Yang Kai sitting at the head of the room, with Yu He standing quietly behind him. When they entered, Yang Kai still remained bold as ever, not even getting up to welcome them, but no one dared to say anything. Chen Tianfei and the rest were still too shocked by the pile of space rings outside to care about such trivialities. Scarlet Star's Zhao Bai Chuan greets Sir Yang. The head manager at the front of the group cupped his fist. Though he was neither overbearing nor servile, no one could know how he was feeling inside. The people behind him quickly saluted as well. Yang Kai looked up and saw that Scarlet Star's head manager wasn't very old. He was a seemingly middle-aged man dressed in a rather luxurious outfit consisting of a golden crown and a long robe. It was the first time he was seeing the head manager face to face. Before, he had only heard this man mentioned from Chen Tianfei's mouth. The head manager spent almost all his time in retreat, seemingly in order to achieve his goal of breaking through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. From his aura, it seemed like the head manager still had a long way to go. Ascending an order in the Open Heaven realm was very difficult. Not only did it require a long time, but also a massive amount of resources. Even with resources, it was impossible for one to ascend to a higher order without enough comprehension and enlightenment. With Yang Kai observing him, why wouldn't Zhao Bai Chuan be observing Yang Kai back? He was watching this young man from a distance. The first time he saw him, he felt that he was nothing to worry about and that he was just relying on his unique strength in the Emperor realm to act arrogant and unrestrained in the special environment of this grand ancient ruins boundary. A man like him was merely a grasshopper after autumn and wouldn't be able to jump around for long. As soon as Yang Kai left the grand ancient ruins boundary, any open heaven realm master would be able to clean him up. The second time Zhao Bai Chuan saw Yang Kai, though, was several days ago. Outside of the Star City, Yang Kai had destroyed Sword Pavilion's sword formation with only his own power. He could wield a divine manifestation of the Golden Crow and had obtained the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, which caused Thunder Light to suffer complete annihilation. Zhao Bai Chuan felt at that moment he had greatly underestimated this young man. If Yang Kai was given the opportunity to grow, then he was sure to become a hegemon, a leading figure in the 3,000 worlds. When he saw him again today, his feelings changed once more. Even though Yang Kai wasn't as imposing as he was back when he was fighting and instead was just quietly sitting there, he was still able to assert a slight pressure over him, a Fifth Order Open Heaven master. In this large hall that was several dozen meters wide, Yang Kai was like the king of the underworld that had the lives of everyone here in the palm of his hands. This Zhao was foolish in the past and offended Sir Yang before. Now, this Zhao has come especially to make amends today, hoping that Sir Yang can be magnanimous. My Scarlet Star. 3070. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, interrupting Zhao Bai Chuan's words. What? Zhao Bai Chuan frowned, not understanding what Yang Kai meant by this. In the future, of all of Scarlet Star's profits from the businesses in this star city, and all the materials and resources harvested in the ancient ruins boundary, 70% will belong to me. Scarlet Star will take the remaining 30. Yang Kai looked indifferently at Zhao Bai Chuan. Only then did Zhao Bai Chuan understand what Yang Kai's words meant earlier. Wasn't this outright robbery? He couldn't help but feel enraged. Even his complexion was starting to turn bad. Back when the three great forces coexisted in the Star City, Sword Pavilion was the strongest, but they were still a balanced tripartite force. Sword Pavilion had also never made such a rude request before. How dare this arrogant brat put forth such a request? Anger had just begun to rise in him when he heard Yang Kai speak again. If head manager cannot agree to this request, then there's nothing for us to talk about. Zhao Bai Chuan's anger suddenly cooled. He knew that if he did not agree to this request, then whether they could leave this hall alive or not was uncertain. Only then did he understand why Yang Kai did not settle accounts with them after coming back. He was waiting here for them to come themselves. Zhao Baichuan suddenly laughed and declared, "Strength is king and masters are to be respected. Sir Yang's request is fair. If Sir Yang asks for a 30-70 split, then so be it. 70% of all Scarlet Star's future proceeds will be Sir Yang's." He agreed without hesitation, and with a happy face that seemed not like he had been robbed, but had rather gained a great advantage. Chun Tianfei and the others behind him were all looking at their head manager in amazement. In their impression of the man, the head manager had never agreed to anything so easily before, but they also knew they were people under the eaves right now, so how could they not bow? This was especially the case after seeing the tens of thousands of space rings in the courtyard. Scarlet Star had no choice but to compromise with Yang Kai if they didn't want to make the same mistake that Sword Pavilion did. Such humiliation! They were all grieving inside, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Baichuan bowed his head. My Scarlet Star can accept Sir Yang's request, but this Zhao would also like to ask Sir Yang to accept this one's request in return. Yang Kai looked at him with interest and gestured with his hand, indicating for him to continue. Zhao Baichuan said, "This Zhao would like to ask that Sir Yang please come under my Scarlet Star's employment and become a foreign elder. Of course, this is merely a title and Scarlet Star will not interfere with any of Sir Yang's words or actions. On the contrary, my Scarlet Star will not just stand by if Sir has any requests of us." Yang Kai smiled and praised this man in his heart. This Zhao Baichuan was quite a character, able to bend and stretch, finding a beneficial opportunity for himself even in adversity. This level of wisdom and vision wasn't something just anyone could have. Clearly, it wasn't only strength that gave him the ability to sit firmly on the seat, head manager of Scarlet Star. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Zhao Baichuan threw back his head in laughter. A gentleman gives his word faster than a horse's whip. It's a deal then. It's a deal, Yang Kai nodded. Sir Yang is truly a decisive man. Though this Zhao would like to share a drink with Sir over the occasion. Sir must be tired from his trip and long battle. So this Zhao will leave now and come back to visit another day. Zhao Baichuan spoke eagerly, as if Yang Kai was a close friend that he only regretted not having met sooner. Yang Kai turned to the side. Yu He, see our guests off. Managers, please. Yu He gestured with a smile. After sending the group from Scarlet Star away, Yu He came back and looked curiously at Yang Kai, wondering why he would agree to such a request. Yang Kai rapped the desk lightly for a long while before answering, "Help me out with Scarlet Star's 70% share. Keep an eye on it." Yes, Yu He replied obediently. The previous harvest they received on Yuan Magnetic Mountain was large, and countless space rings were also gathered from the fights with both Thunderlight and Sword Pavilion. This was considered an enormous amount of wealth for anyone, more than enough for Yang Kai to use for his personal cultivation for a long time to come. Yet, he did not forget that he was no longer a lone man. There were countless people waiting for him back in the star boundary. One day, when all his friends and family entered the outer universe, the demand for resources would simply be endless. Now that he had such a good opportunity, Yang Kai naturally wanted to accumulate more. The greater the wealth, the better. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was like a natural treasure house of goods. Once he left this place, he would no longer have such a good opportunity. If not for this consideration, Yang Kai would have raised Scarlet Star the moment he returned. With Scarlet Star's help in gathering supplies, Yang Kai could reap the benefits without the hassle and effort, so why not take advantage of them? What do you wish to ask? Yang Kai suddenly raised his head to look at you, after pondering silently for a moment. The woman was constantly staring at him without even blinking. It was clear that she was curious about something. Why did you agree to become Scarlet Star's foreign elder? He couldn't understand it. Do you think I shouldn't have? I just wish to know what you're thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons. Yang Kai rapped the table again. If my guess proves correct, then Scarlet Star will definitely spread this news widely from now on. That way, Scarlet Star will be able to expand quickly, and then the supplies they collect will naturally increase, which comes with no drawbacks for me. Just for this reason alone? He looked at him in amazement. It was the first time she'd ever seen someone so greedy for money before. It was enough for one to have enough cultivation resources for themselves, so what did he need so much for? There's one more reason. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Sword Pavilion was crushed by a beast tide, and there are traces of a divine spirit's existence in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Who knows whether the divine spirit will visit this place next? If this place is strong enough, then it may not be impossible to fight back, as the grand ancient ruins boundary restricts the strength of the open heaven realm, which means the divine spirit won't be able to exert too much of their power here either. Yuhi was suddenly enlightened. So that's why you're willing to lend Scarlet Star your prestige. Xianxia nodded. I have no idea when the grand ancient ruins boundary will close, so it's better to be prepared. As he said so, he suddenly thought of a person. Where did Sujin go? That little fatty disappeared after handing the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd to him, and Xianxia did not sense his aura since he came back. Yuhi shook her head. He's a cave heaven disciple, so who knows where he went, but my guess is that he must have gone out to consolidate his metal element power now that he refined that 6th order Yuan magnetic divine stone. What a pity, Xianxia sighed. He had not known that the waters were so deep here in the grand ancient ruins boundary. If he had known, then he would have left a way to contact Sujin. That guy was a talented artifact refiner, and he also seemed to have deep knowledge of the Tao of spirit arrays. If he could help to arrange a grand array in the Star City, then they could also increase security. But since he left without a goodbye, it would be difficult to find him again. As they were talking, Chun Yu came running in. Sir, someone else has asked for an audience. Who is it? Xianxia frowned, curious. Everyone knew him as a fierce character now, and the managers from Scarlet Star also had no choice but to come apologize. Who else would dare to see him? It's that young lord from Azure Nether Paradise, the one called In something. Chun Yu responded meekly. What has he come for? Xianxia frowned. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he discovered that there were indeed several people standing outside his door, and if not that guy from Azure Nether Paradise, who else could it be in the lead? Xianxia did not have any good feelings towards these people. This guy had been shamelessly boasting about making Xianxia submit to him after he returned from the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. Xianxia had been in retreat back then, and even though he heard the noise, he couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Later, when the large fight started outside the Star City, this young lord tried to take advantage of the situation, saying that he would give Xianxia a way out as long as he became his slave. Naturally, Xianxia ignored him. He didn't expect this man to be as stubborn and clingy as a dog after a meat bun. At this moment, he could hear the young man called In something announcing arrogantly outside his door, the one surnamed Yang is also a genius. This young master originally only thought of making him my slave. But now, it seems that he can become this young master's house guard. When you see him later, be more polite to him. This young man seems to have a bad temper. If you end up provoking him, then don't expect this young master to save you when he tries to kill you. Yes, we will follow young master's order. 2 low-rank open heaven realm masters beside him answered respectfully. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes at this arrogant young master's words. He had no idea where this guy got his sense of superiority from to even think of trying to make him a house guard. Compared to Sujin, a true cave heaven disciple, the difference was simply like a person on the ground gazing up at the heavens. Pay him no attention. Xianxia waved her off. Xin Yu withdrew respectfully. News of Xianxia becoming Scarlet Star's foreign elder spread quickly, which shocked many. They originally thought that this killing star would surely start a war with Scarlet Star now that he was back. Who could have expected such an ending? They had no idea what sort of price Scarlet Star had to pay that they were not only able to ease Xianxia's fury, but even borrow his prestige. There was news that Scarlet Star's head manager led the other managers to visit Xianxia personally and have a discussion with him, and only then were they able to make him agree to becoming Scarlet Star's foreign elder. With the crisis lifted, Scarlet Star's disciples were all celebrating. They had all been extremely on edge before. If Xianxia truly wanted to attack Scarlet Star, then how could the eggs remain unbroken when the nest was ruined? They would surely join in the misfortune. But now, Xianxia had actually become their foreign elder. Not only did they not have to fight this monster, they had even gained his blessings. With this killing star here to stand guard, who would dare come and start trouble? Anyone who dared come would have Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light's unfortunate ends to refer to. A few days later, another shocking news spread in the Star City. Sword Pavilion's Star City was razed to the ground after what appeared to be an intense battle. There was not a single survivor. The day the news spread, everyone in the city was shocked by Yang Kai's vicious methods. They had no idea what Sword Pavilion Star City had gone through, and they saw only the results, so they all thought it was Yang Kai's doing. Scarlet Star made a lot of noise about the matter and created as much momentum as they could. For a while, Yang Kai's fierce reputation spread widely, and was heard by the other cultivator strongholds within a vicinity of more than 10,000 kilometers. Rumor had it that Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, standing 300 meters tall with a ferocious face. He had a vicious temper and would kill anyone at the slightest dissatisfaction to vent his anger. Even so, not only did Scarlet Star's Star City not lose popularity, it instead grew even more lively. There were many cultivators coming each day, asking to join Scarlet Star. Having someone strong to lean on in this grand ancient ruins boundary and a stable place to settle down increased anyone's sense of security. Practically every cultivator had seen the terrors of the numerous beast tides, and many cultivator strongholds had already been destroyed. Now that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light had been destroyed, Scarlet Star jumped up to become the largest great force, which naturally attracted more people to rush to them. There were even some small strongholds of several dozen to hundreds of people flocking over to join. Scarlet Star's Star City was once again overcrowded. In just a short dozen days of work, more than 100,000 people gathered here, and Scarlet Star's membership had doubled. This was even after the strict screening process done by the managers. Otherwise, who knows how many people they would end up recruiting. With more people around, the Star City also had to expand. The entire Star City was busy with new buildings being built constantly. The Star City's borders gradually expanded outward. Compared to the beginning, its area had increased by 50% and it was still in the midst of growing. As the population increased, more transactions naturally took place, and so Scarlet Star's income also rose like a boat rising with the tide. Now, renting out a good spot for a shop in the Star City was harder than ever before. The head manager had gone back into retreat, so Chen Tianfei, who was in charge of Scarlet Star's operation, was grinning from ear to ear every day. Sometime later, in his residence, Yang Kai took a seat and checked on his gains stored inside the sealed world bead with his divine sense. After more than a dozen days of work, the items from the tens of thousands of space ring had already been sorted out by Guiziyen and his subordinates. The open heaven pills alone numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, this was accumulated from the space rings of several tens of thousands of cultivators. Even if they each only had 1,000 open heaven pills, there would still be millions of them. Most Emperor Realm cultivators were not too rich, but there was no helping it. Since their strength was low, the chance to find something good was also pitifully low. And they also had to buy some cultivation resources for themselves, so they naturally wouldn't be able to save up many open heaven pills. The rich ones were the low and mid-rank open heaven realm masters. The low-rank open heaven realm masters were slightly better off than the emperors, with wealthy ones having 1 million or 2 pills in reserve, but the mid-rank open heaven realm masters were a league of their own. Practically every one of them had tens of millions. But these hundreds of millions of open heaven pills was just a small wealth compared to Sword Pavilion's pavilion master's fortune, which was over 1 billion in itself. A terrifying number. Yang Kai thought back to how he had to run himself ragged in the old days when he owed the proprietress 10 million pills, but now 10 million was just a drop in the bucket for him. Yang Kai did not think of himself as wealthy though. 1 billion open heaven pills may sound like a lot, but once his friends and family from the star boundary entered the outer universe, Yang Kai didn't even know if that amount was going to be enough to get them settled. Aside from the open heaven pills, the other items were naturally a variety of secret arts and techniques, artifacts, and other resources that weren't of much use to him currently. Not only were most of these skills and resources worse than the ones he already possessed, but they would also take time to either cultivate or refine before becoming useful. The key items were the yin, yang, and 5 elements materials. There was everything from first order to sixth order materials. The ones under third order were impossible to count. Meanwhile, the ones in the fourth and fifth orders were much less in comparison. As for sixth order materials, Guo Ziyan and the group were only able to find 3 pieces in Zhongfan's space ring. They were probably also harvested from the grand ancient ruins boundary. These were all the fortunes of the dead, so getting them didn't require any effort at all. The sound of footsteps emerged from outside the door, and with Guizi Yen in lead, a group of men strode in. "Sir." Guizi Yen stopped and cupped his fist. Yang Kai nodded lightly and swept a gaze over the group of people. "I asked you to come here today in order to heed this king's command. Those who have not formed a Dao seal, step forward." They had no idea what Yang Kai intended to do, but they still obeyed when they heard his words. With a shuffle, a dozen individuals stepped forward from the crowd. All of them had cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, but they have yet to form their Dao seal, just like Luo Hai back then. Yang Kai looked at them and nodded lightly. Those who have formed a Dao seal but have not gathered any of their yin, yang and the 5 elements, step forward. Another dozen stepped forward. "Have the rest of you already refined at least one element?" Yang Kai looked at the remaining people. Other than Guizi Yen, who was in the open heaven realm, the rest of the several dozen people were all in the Emperor realm. Excluding those who have not formed Dao seals and those who have not cultivated any of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements, the rest had. Yes, the rest answered in unison. "What sorts of powers have you all cultivated?" "One by one." "Let's hear it." Yang Kai looked at them with interest. They all looked at each other, not knowing how they should answer. Guizi Yen couldn't help but shout. "Sir is asking you a question. Just answer directly." "You there, Baldy, you speak first." A short man with beady eyes and 0 hairs atop his head stepped forward and smiled embarrassedly as he cupped his fists. "Answering, sir. This one is not talented and has only condensed a trivial second-order water element." "And you?" Yang Kai looked at the next person. The man answered, "I have condensed earth, metal, and water elements. One in the 3rd order and the rest in the 2nd order." There was no need for more urging from Yang Kai as a dozen people reported their statuses one by one. The lesser ones were like the shaved-headed man who was only able to condense 1 element, while those with more elements condensed were already in the half-step open heaven realm. There were even some who only needed to condense 1 more element to make a breakthrough. However, their orders were uniformly not high. They were all in the 2nd and 3rd orders without so much as a 4th-order element to be seen among them. But they could not be blamed for this. They were living at the bottom of the hierarchy to begin with, so being able to cultivate to the open heaven realm was a feat in and of itself. How would they be qualified to pick and choose better resources? Even Meng Hong, the chief disciple of Great Moon Province, had only condensed 3rd-order elements back then. After hearing everyone out, Yang Kai spoke. "Since you have already condensed certain elements, that means that your foundation has been set. Unless you find Tai Soul cleansing water or some other precious treasure to cleanse your Dao seal and rebuild your foundation, your future achievements will be limited." The dozen people who had spoken obviously knew about their own situations as well, so they all smiled embarrassedly when they heard this. However, Yang Kai turned the topic around. "Even though your foundations have been established, you can still get stronger. I'm sure you all know the great gap there exists between 2 cultivators who are similar in the 3rd-order open heaven realm." Guizi Yen spoke thoughtfully. "Does sir mean the order of one's elements when one enters the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai nodded. "And if 2 cultivators have the same 3rd-order foundation, but one has refined all 3rd-order elements, while the other has several 4th-order or higher elements, then the strength they can bring out will be drastically different. So, there's no need to feel sorry for yourselves. This is the path you have chosen, and turning back is impossible. Instead, you can only continue down it." Yang Kai rose from his seat. Back on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, this king said that if any of you have any requests for the harvest we've gained, then this king will not be stingy. Whether it be 5th order or 6th order, as long as you have the ability to refine it, you can ask me for it. Now is the time for this king to honor his word. Looking at the dozen men in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Which order do you want?" "Speak." The dozen people were instantly excited to hear these words. Even though Yang Kai did in fact promise such a thing back then, none of them believed that he actually planned to fulfill his commitment. Unexpectedly, he was the one who took the initiative to bring up the matter today, which was enough to show his sincerity. "Does Sir truly mean what he says?" The shaved-headed man spoke with pleasant surprise. "Even if I ask for 6th-order materials?" Guizi Yen kicked him and scolded. "You want to refine 6th-order materials with your abilities? Better measure your own worth first, you smelly brat. Don't bring your idiotic nonsense here." The shaved-headed man was kicked to the ground. but he didn't mind at all. He patted the dust off his bottom and stood up. Sir said it himself, not me. Xianxia laughed. If you want sixth-order materials, then sixth order is what you will get. However, that is under the premise that you are actually capable of refining it. Otherwise, giving it to you will only harm your life. Without the right aptitude, forcibly condensing higher-order elements would overburden one's Dao seal, which could lead to it being damaged, or in more serious cases, death. The shaved-headed man laughed. I don't want sixth-order materials. This one's aptitude is poor. How could he even dare refine sixth-order materials? Third order will be enough for me. When he saw Guizi Yen glaring at him, he quickly changed his tone. Xianxia casually threw something out at the man. Your aptitude is not too outstanding, but it's not dull either. Fourth order should be your limit. You can have this fourth order wood core. You have only refined your water element so far, so the next is wood. Once you have refined it, you can come back to this king to ask for the fire element material. The shaved-headed man accepted the object and fixed his eyes on it. As mentioned, it really was a fourth-order wood core, and it should be the core of a 1,000-year-old tree. At once he was overjoyed and shouted, "Many thanks to Sir for this reward. This one will definitely be at Sir's beck and call in the future. I swear upon my life at all costs." This group had been sorting through the tens of thousands of space rings before and handled countless good materials during that time, but those did not belong to them. Now, this fourth-order wood core was his, so the feeling was completely different. When the rest saw this, they all gasped. As members of the lowest level of society, they had never seen or even heard of such a generous boss before. Even though they were also rewarded for their work with their lives on the line for Scarlet Star, who knows how much danger they had to face in order to receive one of the materials they needed? Otherwise, they wouldn't have struggled this far and reached the open heaven realm long ago. But today, Xianxia had casually granted a fourth-order wood core, even saying to the shaved-headed man that he could come back and ask for a fire element material of similar order once he was done refining the wood core. In other words, as long as the shaved-headed man did not die, then he no longer had to worry about cultivation resources. Once he completely condensed his yin, yang, and the 5 elements into his Dao seal, that would be the day when he advanced to the open heaven realm. But whether or not he could succeed at that time would depend on his own enlightenment and luck. With the shaved-headed man as an example, the others naturally felt they would not be treated differently. Even though they all knew that Xianxia received a great harvest this time and that a fourth-order wood core would not mean much to him, at most being some scraps between his teeth, it was enough to raise their morale greatly. The Sir that they were following now seemed different to all others before. After the shaved-headed man, a young man came forward and cupped his fist. "Sir, this one wishes to ask for a fourth-order metal element material." "Good." Xianxia nodded and casually tossed out a fourth-order yuan magnetic divine stone to the man. "Refine it well, and you may be able to cultivate the yuan magnetic divine light within. The power of the divine light is extraordinary, so if you can learn it, it will be of great benefit to you." The man thanked him excitedly. He had seen the might of the yuan magnetic divine light before when it swept over the 3,000-strong force of Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion, wiping them all out. If he could truly learn the yuan magnetic divine light from refining this yuan magnetic divine stone, then his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Even if he couldn't wipe out thousands like Xianxia did with the yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd that day, he would still gain a big advantage in battle. One by one, the cultivators stepped up and named their needs, and Xianxia readily responded to each of them without stinginess. However, some of them did truly have limited aptitude and could only refine third-order materials no matter how desperately they tried. One of them even asked for fifth-order materials but did not get them. But this was just their sad fate. If that was the extent of their aptitude, then it was something that simply could not be forced. Very soon, dozens of people were rewarded. Each of them stood aside and looked at the treasures in their space ring with glee, thinking to themselves that they would properly cultivate once they had returned to their rooms and strive to build up their foundation to the open heaven realm before the Grand Ancient's ruins boundary closed. Once the Grand Ancient ruins boundary was closed and they were free from this place's restrictive world principles, they would immediately advance to the open heaven realm. When that time came, their power would soar to the heavens, like a great pang spreading its wings and taking flight. Yang Kai also turned his head around to look at the rest of the group. These were all people who have just refined their Dao seal and had not had the time or resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements powers. In comparison to the shaved-headed man and his group who had already established their foundations, this group was undoubtedly in a better situation. Even though they had just formed their Dao seals, they had not been able to refine any element powers yet, which meant they could choose the most suitable materials for themselves and build as great a future for themselves as they possibly could. With the previous group as an example, they naturally knew what sort of requests to make now. Yang Kai wasn't stingy either and even shared with them his cultivation experiences. It would be best for you to start cultivating from the wood element. The wood element mainly focuses on restoration and bolstering vitality. Compared to the rest of the other elements, it is also the gentlest one, and its risks are the lowest. What's more, it is also a very useful element to have. If you ever get injured, then the wood element power can help speed up your recovery. Yang Kai had no idea about this when he had just started condensing his wood element power from the immortal tree's essence. He had merely refined the immortal tree and incorporated it into his body, stepping onto the most stable path of cultivation. At that time, Yang Kai still did not fully know about the mysteries of the open heaven realm yet. But with him advising them, these people listened seriously. One by one, they stated what they wanted, and like the first group, they also received materials in the 3rd and 4th order. When it came to the very last person, the man cupped his fist and requested, "Sir, this subordinate would like to ask for a 5th order wood element." Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he looked over at him. 5th order. The rest of them also looked at him in astonishment. After all, he was the first person out of their group who stepped up and asked Yang Kai for a 5th order material. Indeed, the man nodded. Yang Kai observed him closely and found that this person was not considered too young, appearing to be around 40 or 50 in age. He was well-built and had a stable aura. Just by standing there, Yang Kai could still feel the man's bold spirit. Guiziyan's face changed, but just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. "What is your name?" The man cupped his fists and replied, "This subordinate is Lang Qing Shan." After a pause, he added, "This subordinate is confident in being able to refine a 5th order material." "Please, sir." "Good. Very good." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Not only was he not angry, but he was even pleased. He searched his space ring with his divine sense and took out something resembling a blood coral that was around 3 meters long. "I'm not sure what this is exactly, and though it is of the wood element, it has the aura of blood about it. If you can refine it, I'm sure you should be able to grasp something useful from it. Take it." There were a number of 5th order wood element materials in his space ring, but after comparing them, this one seemed to be of the highest quality. Even materials at the same order could have big differences between them. Lang Qing Shan's eyes sparkled and he cupped his fist. "Many thanks, sir." He happily put the blood coral into his space ring and moved back to the side. A group of people looked at him with envy. Yang Kai did say previously that anyone who wanted 5th order or even 6th order materials would be granted them. They never doubted Yang Kai's words, but with the limits of their aptitude, they wouldn't have the qualifications to ask even if they wanted to. Lang Qingshan was the first example to the contrary, and from Yang Kai's reaction, he seemed to be very happy as well, as if he didn't see them as outsiders. Instead, he was cultivating them as if they were part of his closest confidants. They were inwardly bitter about their poor aptitudes. Otherwise, in this grand ancient ruins boundary, and with Yang Kai as their backer, how difficult would it be to advance to the 5th order or even 6th order open heaven realm? With both groups rewarded, the remaining group in the Emperor realm who had not even formed their Dao seals looked on in envy. Without a Dao seal, they naturally had no right to ask for any materials, so they had no idea what Yang Kai would grant them with this time. Just as they were thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to them. "As for you, you are all at the most malleable stage. Since you have not formed your Dao seals yet, then there's no need to rush. Take advantage of this good opportunity in order to strengthen your foundation and develop your potential to its fullest limit." Guo Ziyan, subordinate, is present. Guo Ziyan shouted in a solemn voice. "Take these people out and train them carefully. When they try to form their Dao seals, I want them to do it when they are at the very least able to withstand the impact of 4th order open heaven realm materials. If any cultivation materials are needed, you can simply ask Yuhi for them. If the matter fails to be achieved, then I will hold you responsible. Guo Ziyan was taken aback before he turned around and looked at the dozen or so thugs and hooligans before him with a dark face. He had to admit that while some of them had decent aptitudes, most were merely SOSO. If they kept going at this pace, then their cultivation limit would be the third-order open heaven realm, yet Yang Kai had actually asked them to form a Dao seal that could withstand at least the fourth order. In other words, if they succeeded, then this group of people would all become fourth-order open heaven realm cultivators in the future, or perhaps even higher. So, that is what Sir is trying to do. A shocking thought flashed past Guo Ziyan's heart, but he didn't dare dwell too deeply on it. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fist. Rest assured, sir. If any of them cannot meet the requirements, then this subordinate will take his or her dog life first so as to not disgrace Sir. Now it was the group's turn to become dark-faced. They all knew about their great commander Guo's straightforward nature and that he would never joke about taking their lives. When the time came, if they did not fulfill the requirements set out for them, then they really were going to be killed by him. For a moment, some of them were shaking in their boots. Enough, the rest of you can now go. You stay, Commander Guo. Yang Kai beckoned him. Everyone withdrew respectfully. Yang Kai took a seat and looked at Guo Ziyan with some worry. Great Commander, you are in the second-order open heaven realm and have no way of going back and recultivating, so I don't know what to reward you. As such, I shall ask you instead, what is it you desire? Guo Ziyan smiled nervously. Sir is too generous. Serving Sir is the subordinate's duty. How could this one ask for any further reward? Yang Kai laughed. I'm rich now, very rich. And since you have been sorting out the space rings with your subordinates, I'm sure you know that fact as well. Since I'm so wealthy, I can't forget about you. Your subordinates have all received their rewards, so how could you, who have contributed the most, ask for nothing? Guo Ziyan answered, Sir, the subordinate really. Yang Kai raised his hand. Think about it carefully. There will surely be something that you want. Why don't I give you 10 million open heaven pills and you can properly cultivate with them? You should be able to break through to the fourth order open heaven realm in short order with such resources. Guo Ziyan was shocked. This Sir was truly straightforward, giving away 10 million open heaven pills so simply. He had been a great commander for Scarlet Star for many, many years, yet he never even had 1 million open heaven pills, much less 10 million. With this, Yang Kai's sincerity could be felt even more. After carefully pondering for a while, Guo Ziyan smiled embarrassed and scratched his cheek. Sir, this subordinate has a daughter, Yang Kai said firmly. This king has several wives already. Before leaving, I was instructed not to pick flowers by the wayside or enjoy secret fruits. Guo Ziyan's face twitched. Sir has misunderstood. This subordinate's daughter has now cultivated to the Emperor realm. Once the subordinate is out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then this subordinate is afraid that she will also have begun refining her yin, yang, and the 5 elements to break through to the open heaven realm. This subordinate wishes to ask for materials for her. Yang Kai's interest was aroused. Oh? How's your daughter's aptitude? Guo Ziyan beamed. Her aptitude is definitely better than her father's. She has hope to directly enter the mid-rank open heaven realm. And not bad indeed. Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Bring her to me and let me take a look at her. If her aptitude is really not bad, then you can even ask for 6th-order materials. Guo Ziyan smiled. She is not in the Star City. Sir should also know the history and condition of the Star City. Cold steel glints and flashes endlessly each and every day, and the conflicts never end. This subordinate is also living a life filled with blood and violence. This subordinate did not want to drag his precious daughter down with me. She lost her mother young, so this subordinate sent her to a trusted friend to cultivate in peace long ago. Yang Kai made a knowing oh. This was also a type of escape. If she truly did stay by Guo Ziyan's side in the previous Star City, then she would also have been whisked into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If that had happened, then it would truly be hard to say whether she would have remained alive until now or not. Then, once we are out of the Grand Ancient Ruins, bring her to me. I will grant her anything she needs. Guo Ziyan was excited. This subordinate, thanks, sir. Take these open heaven pills as well. I'm sure you will need them while you cultivate. Yang Kai tossed out a space ring to him. Guo Ziyan accepted it and swept his divine sense into it before calling out in alarm, Sir, this is too much. The open heaven pills inside were piled into a small mountain. There were at least 10,000 of them. If I tell you to take it, then just take it. If it's too much, you can divide them with your subordinates. Then, Xianxia got up and walked towards the inner room. I will be entering retreat soon, so if there's anything you need, see you he. She will naturally inform me. Looking at Xianxia's departing figure, Guo Ziyan was overcome with gratitude and he couldn't help but feel like a gentleman willing to die for his good friend. He cupped his fists and quickly said, "Subordinate obeys." Xianxia walked to his own room, and in a flash his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived atop a remote mountain. Guo Ziyan and the others had been sorting space rings over the past 2 weeks or so. But Xianxia had not been idle. Everyone thought that he was in his own room, but he had in fact run out. After finding out that the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary wasn't as simple as he originally thought, and that there were even traces of a divine spirit, Xianxia naturally wouldn't make any rash moves. In those 2 weeks or so, he ran to several places to prepare several escape routes in case anything happened one day, greatly increasing his level of security. He left space beacons at a number of well-hidden locations so as long as he was not restricted by any heaven-sealing earth-locking arrays or secret techniques that isolated space, no one could stop him. The place where he was currently was Crouching Dragon Mountain, which was also the place where Xianxia refined the earth element dragon bead back then. The scarlet floor dragon used to reside here, spreading its influence across the mountains so no other powerful exotic beasts dared to come close. Once the Scarlet Flood Dragon was taken away by Xianxia, this place became deserted. Xianxia did not come here to find precious treasures though. Instead, he was here to cultivate. During his fight with the Mantis Head, Xianxia was shocked by his opponent's masterful sword techniques, which also helped him see his own shortcomings. In his hands, even an artifact as heaven-shaking as the Azure Dragon Spear could not bring out much power. Up until now, Xianxia had been relying solely on the Azure Dragon Spear's penetrative force and his own strength to fight, not even touching upon the Spear Dao or any spear techniques. Being able to kill the Mantis Head last time had been more of a gamble with a lucky ending than a true victory. If his opponent had made preparations against him, then Xianxia might not have even won that fight. Even though he had to condense his yin, yang, and 5 elements with haste, even a clever woman cannot cook a meal without rice. Establishing a proper foundation now and enhancing his base prowess would only benefit him, while not doing so would leave him with lifelong regrets. Now that he had a big helper like Scarlet Star, Xianxia believed that he would surely be informed once news of materials of the 7th Order or above appeared in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so there was no need for him to personally search for them. During this waiting period, he could naturally do other things. Guo Ziyan and his subordinates were not only able to find a great amount of wealth in the tens of thousands of space rings, there were also many secret techniques and books, many of which were related to the Spear Dao. Xianxia had set these all aside and was prepared to carefully study them so he could cultivate his skills. He relied greatly on the Azure Dragon Spear these days, and if he wanted to fully utilize its power in the future, this training was essential. But he was in no hurry to cultivate spear techniques. Instead, he stood on a mountain, closed his eyes, and concentrated as he carefully sensed inside his Dao seal. The air was distorted by the faint but burning heat emanating from Xianxia's body, and the space around him had also begun to undulate. Golden Crow casts the sun. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and a great sun suddenly manifested behind his back. The great sun was blazing hot, as if there really was a sun floating in the air, and in the middle was a 3-legged golden crow flying about joyfully. Great power was constantly flowing out from his body. Ever since the appearance of this divine manifestation, Xianxia felt like he had shed his former body and was reborn. It was simply indescribable. He now knew that this was called a divine manifestation thanks to Yu He. Xianxia remembered the complicated look on her face when she told him about it. Only those who had condensed 7th Order or higher elements or reached a 7th Order and above open heaven realm could possibly achieve a divine manifestation. Even those in the high-rank open heaven realm were not guaranteed to obtain a divine manifestation, and those who could were the best of the best, important figures in the cave heavens and paradises. Xianxia had no idea how he had achieved this either. He had been in retreat previously and trying to comprehend the mysteries of his elements. And even though he intended to push his potential with the use of a life-or-death struggle, The result that he got was far beyond his expectations. A light flashed in his mind, and the Golden Crow's true fire began roiling inside of his Dao seal, showing him the scene of the Golden Crow forging the great sun. Then all of a sudden, the divine manifestation appeared naturally without obstructions. He said that once the divine manifestation appeared, anyone who knew at least a thing or two about it would deduce that Yang Kai had refined the seventh-order Golden Crow's true fire. It was a fact that simply could no longer be hidden, and Yang Kai had no intention of hiding anything either. Since it got exposed, then so be it. They were in the grand ancient ruins boundary anyway, and no one could do anything to him. Once he was out of the grand ancient ruins, then who knows whether he could advance to the open heaven realm or not. When that time came, who would he have to be afraid of in this vast world? Quietly feeling the might of the divine manifestation, Yang Kai's aura rose. He felt his strength growing powerful enough that he could destroy even a foe in the second-order open heaven realm. A low-rank open heaven master should not even think about beating him in a one-on-one fight anymore. But the consumption was also shocking. As soon as the Golden Crow casts the sun manifestation appeared, Yang Kai could feel the energy inside of his body flowing rapidly as if a floodgate had been opened. If this went on, then he would not even be able to sustain this manifestation for a single incense worth of time. That day, in the fight with Sword Pavilion, even if the manifestation was not broken, Yang Kai himself would have had to dispel it. It seemed like it could only be used as a last resort, and once used, he had to kill his enemy in the shortest time possible, or he would be the one to suffer. Exhaling lightly, Yang Kai dispersed the manifestation, and his outflow of energy finally ceased. Thoughts flashing, several dragon shields were erected around him. Each one of the shields was a great dragon with their heads and tails connected and spiraling into the shape of a shield, covered in dense dragon scales. The dragon claws and dragon teeth were clearly visible, and one could tell they were very sturdy at a glance. This was only a divine ability, not a manifestation. Yang Kai frowned. It was from the dragon bead that he comprehended this divine ability, and that was why he suddenly had the idea to enlighten himself about his wood and fire element powers. He wanted to see whether he could learn anything from them, and he actually succeeded. This dragon shield's secret technique was the divine ability of a great dragon before its death, and it remained inside of its dragon bead after it fell. Yang Kai had a dragon source and the dragon clan's bloodline, so he could easily comprehend it. If it were anyone else, they might not have been as lucky. But this dragon shield was the divine ability belonging to the great dragon when it was still alive. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai was only comprehending something belonging to someone else for his own use, so this was not a discovery of his own. Studying the Golden Crow's true fire led him to discover a divine manifestation like the Golden Crow casts the sun. So what about the Earth Dragon's bead? And what about the Immortal tree? He should be able to learn a thing or two from these, right? Yang Kai's heart was eagerly thumping and immediately wished he could immerse his consciousness into his Dao seal, but in the end, he dispelled the thought. Gaining insight into the Golden Crow casts the sun was a lucky opportunity in itself, so he may not necessarily be as lucky going forward. Shaking off the distractions from his mind, Yang Kai looked around and got busy. An hour later, a simple log house sat atop the hill. Rather than call it a log house, it might as well be called a pavilion, as all four sides were open with only the roof and the floor covered. Yang Kai took out a meditation mat from his space ring and sat cross-legged before bringing out a bunch of jade slips and placing them in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of these jade slips, all of which were related to spear techniques and spear Dao. Since he wanted to enhance his comprehension of the spear Dao, the most obvious plan was to do plenty of research. Some of the information in these jade slips may be worthless, but he could still eliminate the bad and retain the good. Yang Kai believed that he was sure to gain something from this process at the very least. Casually picking up a jade slip and looking through it, Yang Kai kept an open mind and silently simulated the technique in his head. The secret technique recorded in this jade slip was called 1 spear 10 kills and required strong explosive strength. Each spear attack was quicker and stronger than the last. Dealing all 10 spear attacks in order multiplied its power. He had no idea which unlucky bastard this belonged to, but in Yang Kai's opinion, this 1 spear 10 kills was both flashy and impractical. During a life or death moment, who would give one the opportunity to go through 10 whole moves to gather their strength? Once interrupted, this spear technique would become useless. After a few moments, Xianxia tossed the jade slip aside and picked up another. Day after day went by. With neither sunrise nor sunset, it was not known how much time had passed here in the grand ancient ruins boundary. The jade slips tossed aside by Xianxia gradually increased as he completely immersed himself in the mysteries recorded in each. He had envisioned each secret technique in his mind one after another. There were not many masters among the tens of thousands of cultivators who these jade slips originally belonged to, so the secret techniques that they owned would naturally not be of too high a grade. However, it was still suitable for a novice in the spear Dao like Xianxia. If he was truly given something profound, then he may not be able to understand it. After all, he had never set foot upon this Dao before. Still, the martial Dao was a path where one method could be applied to countless others. It could be difficult, but it could also be simple. It all depended on one's insight. 1 month later, Xianxia tossed aside the last jade slip. When he reopened his eyes, there was not a single trace of fatigue. Rather, his spirit seemed to be glowing. Even though he was just sitting there, he was surrounded by a profound aura as if a long spear stood tall in his place. His spear intent had come to life. Xianxia had been simulating the techniques inside of more than 1,000 jade slips during this time, and even though he did not try them physically, Spear Dao initial insights had been branded into his mind and soul. Xianxia slowly got up and raised his hand towards the void, summoning his azure dragon spear. When he grasped the spear this time, its aura suddenly felt different compared to before. When he was holding the azure dragon spear before, it just felt like he was holding a large and lethal weapon. But now there was a wonderful harmonization between them, as if this azure dragon spear had become one with his own body. With a flourish of his spear, Xianxia thrust out. 1 spear, 10 kills. Duo. 10 spear strikes bloomed instantly one after another, each one quicker than the last, layering over each other. When the final thrust was executed, the power was truly twice as powerful as the first. Even though it was his first time practicing a secret technique, Xianxia's study over the past month and the strong foundation was enough for him to successfully perform 1 spear 10 kills on his first attempt. Without pause, Xianxia's aura underwent a drastic change as the azure dragon spear suddenly shook and seemed to turn into a lightning bolt that cut through space. Thunder Spear Burst. This move could only be performed by those who cultivated a thunder attribute secret art, and since he came here mainly to refine his spear Dao to further enhance the power of the azure dragon spear in his hands, Xianxia did not reject any kind of technique. With a flick of the spear, a spear-like shadow that stretched up to the sky enveloped the space in front of him, turning it into an iron wall to protect himself. Spear Dragon Wall. This was a rarely seen defensive spear secret technique. Spears were the kings of weapons, and any who used the spear would use ferocious techniques to take out their enemies as swiftly as possible. Defense was hardly considered because once one begins to have such thoughts, he will only weaken their momentum, which would negatively affect their ability to fight. But this Spear Dragon Wall was a good defensive art. Even when it served to defend, it was able to deal damage, which was extraordinary. The azure dragon spear danced endlessly. One by one, spear secret techniques were being brought to light under Xianxia's hands. The secret techniques recorded in each jade slip were performed by Xianxia as smoothly as flowing water, stirring up the winds on the mountaintop. The noise split through the heavens alongside a faint dragon roar in the background. Xianxia gradually forgot everything around him, even the passage of time, completely immersing himself in this wonderful state. There were more than 1,000 jade slips that Xianxia obtained relating to spear secret techniques. In other words, Xianxia had fully memorized these techniques in just 1 month of study. Even if it was his first time performing the techniques, it did not seem the slightest bit difficult. He could basically perform all of the techniques, but how powerful they were was hard to say. By the time Xianxia had performed all the spear techniques, 6 days had passed. But he did not stop there. Starting from 1 spear 10 kills, he did it all over again. No one taught him how to perform these techniques. He had to explore them himself, using his own insights and might. So, using the simplest and most brute force method, Xianxia simply practiced over and over again, figuring the day these techniques were burned into his instinct was the day that he succeeded. Time passed, and a month later, after the final thrust of his spear, Xianxia recalled his spear and stood in place. In this 1 month's time, Xianxia had performed spear secret techniques one after another at least 5 times over. As he did so, he realized that what he understood was not enough. Despite the fact that many of these spear secret techniques were not too high in grade, there were some interesting points about some of them that made his eyes glimmer. The more he performed them, the more things he could dig out from these techniques. After calming down his rushing blood, Xianxia put away his azure dragon spear and tidied his clothes before turning around and returning to the Star City. With the space beacon in place, he could come and go as he pleased. Even though he did not contact him during this period, meaning nothing big happened, Xianxia still had to show up every so often to make his presence known. Otherwise, how would he be willing to stop his own cultivation halfway? After walking out of the room and sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found where Guo Ziyan was and sent him a message telling him to meet him later. A few moments later, Xianxia found Guo Ziyan at the pavilion in the courtyard. After what happened last time, Guo Ziyan had clearly taken a more respectful attitude toward Xianxia. It could be because of his daughter, but also possibly because he realized that Xianxia was a man true to his word. After the usual greetings, Xianxia asked, "Did anything happen recently?" Guo Ziyan smiled. "Thanks to Sir. Everything has been peaceful." After a few questions and answers, Xianxia learned about the situation during his absence. First, Guo Ziyan's several dozen subordinates had all basically been busy cultivating. The ones who had been awarded materials by Xianxia naturally intensified their efforts in order to refine these elements. For those who had yet to even form their Dao seals, they were strengthening their foundations under Guo Ziyan's strict guidance so that when the day came for them to form their Dao seals, it would become stronger and able to carry higher-order element powers. Then, there was the situation of the Star City and Scarlet Star itself. Since spreading out the news of Xianxia becoming one of their foreign elders, Scarlet Star's reputation, which had fallen all the way to the ground, had now shot up to the heavens. It could now be said to be the most powerful force in the entire Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Recently, they managed to recruit as many as 5,000 new members. The entirety of the Star City had already been expanded to several times its original size. Whether it be the size or the number of cultivators gathered here, both were more than 3 or 4 times greater than before. He had been staying in Scarlet Star so she could monitor their income, lest they engage in any mischief. After all, 70% of everything Scarlet Star earned belonged to Xianxia, and he had not returned for the past 2 months. Great Moon Province's 3 disciples, with Meng Hong at the lead, had entered retreat to cultivate. Even Chun Yu was refining her yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Guo Ziyan scratched his head embarrassedly. "Right now, I am the only one still idle. So, sir, if you have any requests, please just give the order, and this subordinate will handle them for you." He was stuck in the second-order open heaven realm and had no hope other than to slowly increase his order through the consumption of open heaven pills. However, that was not something that could be rushed. It had to be done through a long period of accumulation, not overnight. But Xianxia really had nothing to order him to do. The situation he was in now could not be better. He could cultivate with ease and enjoy success without extra work, only needing to go over to check on the 7th order or above materials once news of them came in. If he could fully refine his yin, yang, and the 5 elements before the closure of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then that would be perfect. As he waved Guo Ziyan down, indicating for him to withdraw, he was just about to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate when he suddenly frowned and muttered, "Those 2. Before he could finish, he heard a rumble coming from underground, as if lightning had shot through the floor. Guo Ziyan's face changed. Unsheathing his sword, he stood in front of Xianxia to protect him. His aura had burst out like a panther on a hunt as he stared vigilantly at the ground. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. "It's just my 2 spirit beasts. They must have felt my aura and come to beg for food." A large pit suddenly appeared in the ground, and from there, a wriggling muzzle popped out, followed by a black and slippery-looking creature that rushed into the courtyard and turned over the rockery and the gazebo. If it was not the Earth Dragon, who else could this disgusting fellow be? After the Earth Dragon appeared, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also rushed over. Both of them were several hundred meters long, so even though the courtyard was not small, it was still on the brink of bursting with the addition of the 2 of them. Guo Ziyan was pushed all the way back, and without a place to stand, he was forced to fly to the sky and look down speechlessly. The Earth Dragon made its way over to Yang Kai, and its muzzle was writhing without end, even opening its mouth at him occasionally. Its meaning could not be more obvious. Even though the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not do the same, it also roamed around Yang Kai's side, occasionally peering at him with its eyes in anticipation. When he first met these two, their bodies were both around 300 meters long, but now they had both grown to a length of around 450 meters, which could be said to be a massive growth. For ominous beasts like them, the greater the size naturally meant the greater their strength, too. This was due to the dragon blood pills. The dragon blood flowers that Yang Kai harvested from Crouching Dragon Mountain were all of extremely high grade. So the dragon blood pills refined from them were naturally extraordinary as well. Yang Kai never forgot to take some while cultivating his spear secret techniques, too, which showed obvious improvements for him. Since it was the case even for him, then there was no need to mention how great the improvements were for the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flood Dragon. The amount of dragon blood pills he refined the last time was quite big, and that place was originally the Scarlet Flood Dragon's territory. So Yang Kai could be considered to have robbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon's belongings. Now that he came to ask for food, there was no way Yang Kai could reject him. And if he gave the Scarlet Flood Dragon some, how could he neglect the Earth Dragon? Fortunately, they were not very needy and were satisfied after a single pill, which would take them a long time for them to digest. If their appetites were any greater, Yang Kai would start to feel reluctant to feed them. Tossing out 2 dragon blood pills, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flood Dragon devoured them with joy. With a shake of its tail, the Earth Dragon slipped back into the hole and disappeared without a trace, but the Scarlet Flood Dragon stayed. Divine sense surging, it transmitted a message to Yang Kai. Thanks to the dragon blood pills, his sentience had improved. So simple messages were no problem for him. Yang Kai frowned, feeling slightly puzzled. Why is she here? The Scarlet Flood Dragon's divine sense surged again. A short while later, Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Don't worry. I'll go and take a look. After the Scarlet Flood Dragon had also crawled back into the hole, Yang Kai said to Guo Ziyan, I'm going out. Guo Ziyan hurriedly responded, Let this subordinate accompany you. No need. I'm just going to meet an old friend. After that he left, leaving Guo Ziyan behind with questions unanswered. He had no idea who this old friend Yang Kai was speaking of was. 100 or so kilometers outside the Star City, at a log house on a small mountain peak, a graceful-bodied woman was looking out, unmoving, just like a rock. Suddenly, a breeze blew her long hair gently. The woman could tell instinctively that something was not right at that moment, but she could not tell what was wrong. Just as she was feeling doubtful, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Are you here to seek revenge? Shocked, the woman turned around in a hurry. But once she saw who it was, she once again calmed down. Yang Kai looked strangely at her and shook his head. I don't sense any killing intent from you. No resentment or hatred either. Since you are not here to seek revenge, then why are you stalking me? This woman was Sword Pavilion's Lu Shui. He had no idea why she would suddenly appear here. That day in Sword Pavilion's Star City, the Mantis Head may have died in his battle with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai did not get off unscathed. Being severely injured, he was helped out of the city by Lu Shui, who brought him to a remote cave to recover from his wounds. Yang Kai's restorative abilities were shocking. So in just a few days, he was almost fully recovered. He did not even say goodbye before leaving. After all, in Yang Kai's opinion, the two of them were enemies, not allies. So, how could he still bid her farewell? He was already stunned that Lu Shui did not take the opportunity to try to kill him when he was so weakened. He thought that the chances of them meeting again in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was slim, but who knew that he would learn from the Scarlet Flood Dragon that Lu Shui was right outside of Scarlet Star's Star City. The Scarlet Flood Dragon nearly had its head cut off under Lu Shui's sword when she sliced its neck back on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. So it naturally hated her to the bone and remembered her aura well, which made it unsurprising for it to know her whereabouts. Because of that grudge, the Scarlet Flood Dragon repeatedly came to find trouble with Lu Shui for the sake of revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Shui kept on avoiding it. As soon as the Scarlet Flood Dragon approached her, she would run far away. Once the Scarlet Flood Dragon left, she would come right back. After a few back-and-forth sessions, the Scarlet Flood Dragon gave up. But when it saw Yang Kai this time, it told Yang Kai about it, hoping that Yang Kai could stand up for it. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai come here? More than 2 months had passed since the last time they saw each other, and Lu Shue's injuries were much better now, though her aura was still slightly unstable. Her face was also pale, so she most likely still had a way to go before completely recovering. "Did you need me for something?" Yang Kai asked. This woman showed no murderous intent, and her eyes had not the slightest bit of hatred as they looked at him. It was not likely that she came for revenge. Lu Shui gave a nod. "What is it? Just speak." Lu Shui opened her mouth as if to say something, but she could not make out anything even after a long time. She looked troubled. Yang Kai quickly grew impatient. He was in a hurry to go back to Crouching Dragon Mountain so he could cultivate and did not have the time to be wasting on this woman. Thus, he flicked his sleeve. "I'll come back again when you're ready to talk." After saying that, he turned around to leave. Lu Shue's anxious voice then emerged behind him. "I wish to follow, sir." Worried that Yang Kai would go just like that, she ended up shouting out a little loudly. Yang Kai turned his head over and looked at her strangely. "What did you just say?" He wondered whether he had heard her wrong, otherwise, how could she make such an insane request? Lu Shui looked firmly at him and blushed before she dropped her head and declared, "I wish to follow, sir. Please grant my request." Yang Kai definitely heard her clearly this time, but it was still hard to believe. Lu Shue's actions at Sword Pavilion's Star City had been perturbing enough for him, but her request today was even harder to parse. How could she not have a grudge against Yang Kai after being tortured half to death by the Golden Crow's true fire? What's more, he had even killed hundreds of her fellow sect members from Sword Pavilion. Even leaders like Zhong Fan and Luo Qingyun were slaughtered by Yang Kai personally. Anyone would want to get revenge on him if they were in such a position. But in Sword Pavilion Star City, Lu Shui took the seriously wounded Yang Kai away and hid him in a remote place so that he could recover from his injuries in peace. Even if she was generous enough to be able to put aside this hatred, her relationship with Yang Kai could only be described as the well does not draw water from the river, so why would she propose to follow him? Yang Kai could not help but wonder whether she had any ulterior motives. "I don't mean anything else by it. I just wish to follow you. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary is a dangerous place, and I want to leave here alive." Lu Shui looked up and explained. If she had not witnessed the huge change that happened in Sword Pavilion's Star City, then Lu Shui might not have thought of such a thing, but even the Pavilion Master, who was a 6th Order Open Heaven Master, was killed. There were even traces of divine spirits appearing in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. How could she feel safe alone in this place? After thinking about it, she decided that it would be safer for her to stick with Yang Kai. At the very least, he was the strongest one in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If a great calamity came, then if there was anyone who could leave this place safely, it would most likely be Yang Kai. The reason why she hid here was also because of her identity. After all, she was one of Sword Pavilion's leaders. If she were to openly enter Scarlet Star's Star City, she would definitely be captured. The reason she came around to the Star City was just so she could see when Yang Kai would come out, but instead of Yang Kai, she ended up encountering the Scarlet Flood Dragon several times. Yang Kai looked deep into her eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. But Lu Shui was unmoved, not showing the slightest guilt or falsehood. After a moment, Yang Kai grinned. "Is that what you really want?" Lu Shui nodded seriously. "Not a single word I speak is false. You really won't feel aggrieved? Lady Yu He is also following, sir, and she is even more powerful than I. Does she feel aggrieved? Without Yu He as an example, she might not have thought of such a request." "Heh, you have a glib tongue." Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and shook his head slowly. Lu Shui's face reddened slightly. "Is sir worried?" "Worried that I may do sir harm once I fully recover." She was already embarrassed to make such a request, so being bombarded with Yang Kai's questioning only made it harder for her. She was even beginning to become angry out of shame. "Worried?" "As if." Yang Kai snorted. A 4th Order Open Heaven cultivator was hardly any threat to him here in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so he said decisively, "Since you've sent yourself to my door, it would be impolite of this king to refuse." He wanted to see what this little girl truly intended to do. Rather than guess her motives, he might as well keep her by his side. If she truly had any ulterior motives, then she would surely expose herself. At that time, he could just kill her. Striding towards Lu Shui, Yang Kai arrived before her in just a few steps. He then reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her into his arms. "Do not resist!" Lu Shui widened her eyes and in an instant, felt a masculine scent fill her nostrils. Panicking, she almost slapped him. What is he trying to do? Is he misunderstanding something here? I just said I wanted to follow him. I didn't mean anything else by it. Lu Shui was desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. She thought of resisting, but when she remembered Yang Kai's terrifying might, how could she possibly put up a fight in her current state? Instantaneously a saying popped up in Lu Shui's mind. Like a sheep entering a tiger's cave, as a mess of thoughts filled her head, the space around her suddenly distorted, and she was plunged into darkness. The darkness devoured all of her vision, and she could not help but feel terrified. In just an instant, her vision blurred before gradually restoring itself. Yang Kai let go of her and grabbed his azure dragon spear before walking ahead. "You have yet to fully recover, so focus on that. Do not bother me with trivial matters." Moving 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai began executing his spear's secret techniques again and soon immersed himself in his practice. Lu Shui stared dumbfoundedly at him, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses. She looked around herself, but quickly realized she was no longer on the same mountain peak. Instead, she seemed to be in another place, and she had no idea how far they had moved. A Tao of space teleportation technique, Lu Shui realized. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood earlier. Yang Kai wasn't trying to take advantage of her, he was simply pulling her through the void and telling her not to resist for her own sake. If she were to make any moves while traveling through the void, she might end up being devoured by it and never being able to find her way back. Her pale face reddened slightly as she stood there quietly, watching Yang Kai dance with a spear in hand, sweeping across the sky. Very soon, she picked up on something. Yang Kai's spear secret techniques seemed inexhaustible, coming out one after another with a brave and fierce momentum. At times the moves were wide and sweeping, while at other times they were as dense as rain. They looked powerful, and clearly an ordinary cultivator would not be able to take even one attack from him. Even if a fourth-order open heaven master such as herself was to challenge him now, she might not be able to last long before losing. But there was some hint of incongruity. Lu Shui frowned, not knowing what it was. A few days later, Yang Kai began repeating the techniques anew. A few more days later, the same happened. Lu Shui counted the techniques silently. From beginning to end, the secret techniques that Yang Kai performed totaled 1,134. Each repetition was different from the last, and each execution showed greater mastery. So that's it. It finally dawned on Lu Shui as she understood what the incongruity was now. It was the level of mastery. Despite Yang Kai's powerful stance and imposing momentum, he was actually similar to a toddler learning to walk. Each step he took through the spear Tao was steadier and more solid than the last. After a month passed, Yang Kai put away his spear and stood, frowning in thought. He had gained a lot through this period of practice, but when he thought back to the mantis head's skills on that day, he could still see the great disparity between him and his opponent. His opponent's skills were so natural that he commanded his blade like a gazelle brandished its horns, showing no traces of awkwardness or openings, making it hard for one to defend against or even anticipate. Could it be something wrong with the way he was practicing? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a voice. "Is Sir practicing spear secret techniques?" When he turned around, he saw that Lu Shui had already come over to his side. Yang Kai nodded. If she had not spoken, he would have forgotten about her completely. Lu Shui asked, "For Sir to study over 1,000 spear secret techniques, is Sir trying to gather the strength of 1,000 clans?" "I do have that intention, but I don't feel like I'm getting much out of it." Yang Kai was a little frustrated. He had grown a lot in the spear Tao compared to the beginning, but it was still much less than he expected. It was most likely because he had not been practicing for long enough. Lu Shui commented apprehensively, "Sir's approach is very similar to that of an old friend of mine." "Oh." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Did your old friend also cultivate this way?" Lu Shui nodded, "Yes, but the techniques that he collected were not as numerous as Sir's. He only knew around 100 or 200 techniques to work with. The reason Yang Kai could collect so many spear secret techniques was because he had gathered them out of the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if they were in the open heaven realm, it was unlikely for Lu Shue's old friend to have such an opportunity. Being able to collect 100 or 200 alone must still have taken a lot of effort. And what became of his training in the end? Yang Kai was eager to know. He succeeded. Lu Shui showed a reminiscent look. He spent decades gathering the strength of 100 clans, eliminating the bad and retaining the good, and successfully cultivated a sure-kill spear attack. That technique is his strongest blow. I have sparred with him, and even in the same order of the open heaven realm, it was difficult to resist. A sure-kill spear. Yang Kai had a fascinated look on his face, but when he heard that it took this man decades, he felt a little speechless. If gathering the strength of 100 clans took several dozen years, then how many years would it take for him to gather the strength of 1,000 clans? Fortunately, Yang Kai was within the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and had plenty of time to waste. Before finding suitable materials to refine, he would be unable to refine more of the yin, yang and 5 elements. Otherwise, where would Yang Kai find the time to cultivate other things? Can you tell me the specifics of how your old friend cultivated? Yang Kai asked curiously. Lu Shui answered. He did the same thing as Sir. After collecting more than 200 spear secret techniques, he practiced them day after day without rest. I remember hearing him say during that time that only after forgetting the hundreds of techniques, leaving only one behind, would he have succeeded in taking the next step. After several dozen years, when I saw him again, he had succeeded. Forgetting hundreds of spear secret techniques while leaving only one behind. Yang Kai pondered on this wisdom and vaguely understood the man's intention. But though it was easy to say, how difficult must it be to accomplish this? Spear secret techniques can be improved with repetition. At least, that was Yang Kai's experience during the past 2 to 3 months. Once they are performed enough times and their essence could be understood, then it would be branded into one's body as instinct. To forget such a thing would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But these words opened a new door for him and his eyes sparkled. Greatest compliments to that old friend of yours. Lu Shui smiled. Maybe Sir can give it a try. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and shook his head. He has his own path and I have mine. His path may not suit me, but it is still worth learning from. You can go first. At those words, he began rehearsing his 1,000 spear secret techniques again. Cultivation knows no time. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai practiced diligently. He had never devoted himself to one thing with such enthusiasm and dedication as this before. The 1,000 over spear secret techniques were blooming brilliantly in his hands. He returned to the Star City once every 2 months, firstly to show his face and to keep people from having ideas, and secondly to check on the status of his subordinates. Progress was wonderful. The dozen people who had not formed their Dao seals had now formed them, and they all exceeded their original limits, fulfilling Yang Kai's requirements. Each of them came up to Yu-He to seek 4th order or even 5th order materials in order to condense their yin, yang and 5 elements. The ones who had already formed their Dao seals and had their foundations laid had also refined at least one element at the limits of what they could bear. Yang Kai was very much looking forward to Lang Qingshan's results. As he expected, this guy was able to withstand the impact of a 5th order element on his Dao seal and successfully gathered his wood element power. Yang Kai offered him a sun's true fire on his return, and he had now gone into retreat in order to condense his fire element power. His speed and aptitude were not bad, even in the eyes of those from cave heavens and paradises. The Star City's earnings were also extraordinary, and Yang Kai's share was 70%. Naturally, he gained a lot, but these things were all auxiliaries, material goods. One's true foundation was their own strength, so he never stayed long. At most, he would stay for 2 days before returning to Crouching Dragon Mountain to continue cultivating. The matter that worried him did not seem to happen, as after raising Sword Pavilion's Star City, the heavenly moon demon spider did not appear again. Of course, some cultivator strongholds would be destroyed by beast tides from time to time, occasionally with no survivors left. Half a year later, Yang Kai's aura stretched across the lands on Crouching Dragon Mountain with his spear as unrestrained as ever. Once he withdrew his spear, his aura calmed down in an instant and he stood in place to mull over his thoughts. Not far away, Lu Shui was slightly stunned as she muttered 1,035 types. There were a total of 1,134 spear secret techniques when she began observing Yang Kai, but only 1,035 were now left. Almost 100 spear secret techniques were lost, and these were changes that appeared within this half a year. In other words, Yang Kai was gradually forgetting the spear secret techniques that he practiced and was embarking on the exact same path as her old friend. Lu Shui giggled secretly. In the end, it seemed this young man still had the heart of a boy, saying others had their own paths while he had his, but he was just being stubborn. In the end, he was still imitating others. But to be able to forget 100 techniques in such a short time was still shocking to Lu Shui. After all, it had taken her old friend several dozen years to achieve the same feat. Her friend would not have been able to keep up with such a speed, but it did make sense. Yang Kai had already produced a divine manifestation through his insight, even though he was only in the Emperor realm. None before in the history of the 3,000 worlds had accomplished such an achievement. But the progress that came afterwards shocked Lu Shui even more. It took Yang Kai half a year to forget 100 spear secret techniques, but that number had already reached 600 after another half a year. He also seemed to be on the brink of attaining mastery of the remaining 500. Almost every day, several or even a dozen spear secret techniques would disappear from Yang Kai's routine, and the rate that they were disappearing by was increasing more and more. 2 months later, when Yang Kai thrust out his spear, no traces of any secret techniques were left, only the simplest stab, swing, slash, and sweep, just like a beginner who had only picked up a spear, holding it clumsily and waving it around with only the slightest strength applied. But his every move looked unusually arduous. The muscles on his arm bulged and the aura around him rippled as if there was a huge invisible force resisting the spear in his hands, keeping him from moving it freely. Anyone could probably dodge such an attack with ease. Lu Shui was now utterly confused, but she could instinctively feel that a terrifying power was hidden behind each strike. The peak of the Grand Tao was a realm of simplicity. Seemingly ordinary movements could contain an infinite number of variations. If she were to rush towards Yang Kai at this moment, then she most likely would not be able to resist the power of his spear. He remained in such a state for a year. For a year, he did not stop to rest. Lu Shui watched nervously each and every day, worrying that Yang Kai would suffer cultivation dissonance. She thought of returning to Scarlet Star to report to He of her findings, but she was worried that something would happen to Yang Kai once she left, so she had no choice but to sit and watch. After 2 years, her injuries had long since healed, bringing her back to peak condition. Even so, the mental strain was still a little tiring for her. One day, Yang Kai, who seemed to be listless and dazed, suddenly looked in another direction. The spear in his hands repeated the same simple movements, flowing like water in a natural circular swing. A dragon roar burst out and dragon pressure spread, enveloping the heavens and earth. Lu Shui was shocked. When she looked up, it was as if a great dragon had appeared, stretching across the sky. With just a corner of its eyes, its gaze swept across this plain, sending shivers into one's heart. A huge spear shadow covered the world, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. The only thing left in her vision was the spear light that pierced through all. Not constrained by paths, reality, or restraints. Not remaining in one state, not bound by one doctrine. Transcending heaven and earth, transcending technique and skill. My spear is limitless. My heart is free. The sound of manic laughter shook the world, startling birds and beasts alike. Once Lu Shui's vision was restored, the only thing she saw was Yang Kai, floating in midair with his black hair flying in the wind, spear seized in one hand. His black eyes were so bright that they were scary. Spear marks marred the skies, and the world principles themselves writhed as they tried to gradually restore the damage. What a terrifying spear technique! Lu Shui's heart trembled as she stared dumbly at the scars that were gradually closing up. She knew that the strength of this youth before her must have soared tremendously after this enlightenment. But he was taking the same path as her old friend? After forgetting more than 1,000 spear secret techniques, shouldn't he master a sure-kill spear? Why was the end result so different? The spear technique that Yang Kai presented at that last moment was indescribable. Though her friend's sure-kill spear had ferocious power, It was a singular technique with no room for evolution. However, the potential of Yang Kai's spear technique seemed infinite. The superior technique between the two was obvious. Is it truly as he says? He had his own path. Sir, what technique is this? Lu Shui asked curiously. Yang Kai cocked his head to the side and thought about it before grinning. Limitless spear. Limitless spear. Lu Shui murmured. Ever-changing with endless power. Not bound to any one technique and moving freely of its own will. An apt name. She smiled. But limitless spear doesn't sound very imposing. What about supreme limitless spear? Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Even though only one word was added, it gave a completely different feeling. With a hearty laugh, he nodded. Very good. As you say, this will now be called the supreme limitless spear. Yang Kai felt great pride as he held his spear in hand. He spent 2 years gathering the knowledge of more than 1,000 clans, eliminating the bad and retaining the good, eventually cultivating the supreme limitless spear, which can be considered a great achievement. With this spear secret technique in hand, he did not dare say that he had fully unleashed all of the Azure Dragon Spear's might, but it was a definite improvement. If that mantis head was still alive and Yang Kai were to fight him again, then he was confident that he could kill him with his spear within 10 breaths. The mantis head may have been masterful with his blades, but Yang Kai's skill with the spear was no longer shallow either. Compared to 2 years ago, it was as if he had shed his former body and been reborn. With his new spear secret technique, there was no need for Yang Kai to stay around any longer, so he instructed Lu Shui, pack up and return with me. Lu Shui answered him in the affirmative but still felt a little apprehensive. After all, her identity was sensitive to Scarlet Star, so she had no idea whether she would be given any trouble once she was there. But since she had chosen to follow Yang Kai, she could only endure it even if she were treated badly if she wanted to leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary safely. After taking out his communication artifact and checking it, Yang Kai discovered that Yuhi had tried to contact him numerous times. Previously, he would return to the Star City once every few months, but during the last year, when he had been at a critical moment in his enlightenment, he had not shown up once, which probably worried Yuhi. At this moment, Yang Kai received another message on his communication artifact. Sweeping his divine sense over it, he read out in pleasant surprise. You little fatty, I was wondering whether I'd find you or not, but since you've thrown yourself into the net, then don't think you're getting out so easily. Yuhi's message actually told him that the little fatty, Suzhan, had come to seek him out, and he had been waiting for almost 2 months now. This little fatty came from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and was a grandmaster when it came to artifact refining and the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Yang Kai wanted his help in setting up a defensive spirit array in the Star City, but unfortunately he had no idea where he was. He did not expect to receive news about him now. In a few steps, he arrived by Lu Shui's side, grabbed her arm, then communicated with his space beacon, causing them to both disappear in an instant. Back at the residence, in front of Yang Kai's room, a charmingly naive and fair-skinned little fatty stood side by side with Yuhi, waiting with an anxious look on his face. The little fatty was Divine Cauldron Heaven's Suzhan, who had left after refining the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd for Yang Kai. Now it seemed he had successfully refined his metal element. His appearance here was proof of it. He was a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven, so his aptitude was extraordinary. He had come seeking Yang Kai in order to ask for a 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone. Naturally, because he was certain he could refine it. Elder sister, when will Brother Yang come out of seclusion? Suzhan turned to ask Yuhi. I don't know either. Yuhi slowly shook her head. Usually, young master would appear once every 2 months before going back into retreat. I have no idea what happened this time, but I have not heard anything from him for an entire year. Suzhan glanced around and asked worriedly, Brother Yang has not had a dissonance in his cultivation, has he? Yuhi's face changed. How can that be? Young master has such phenomenal aptitude and such abundant resources that it is impossible for him to suffer cultivation dissonance. Not to mention that he should not have reached a critical point yet. He should not be in any danger. The little fatty shook his head. It is hard to say. The path of cultivation is treacherous, and the consequences are unpredictable. Yuhi became worried at his words, and she also started to doubt herself. Sujin struck while the iron was hot. Why don't I break the barrier, then we can check on his condition? Forgo that thought. Yui glared at him. Having seen this little fatty's abilities before, she knew that he would not need to spend too much effort if he truly wanted to break the isolation barrier. But if he did so, then he was bound to disturb Yang Kai. If Yang Kai truly happened to have reached that critical juncture in his cultivation, even if he did not have a dissonance in his cultivation now, he would after. Sujin laughed embarrassedly. I was just kidding. Please quell your anger, elder sister. Ah, what a shame. This one would have liked to present Brother Yang with another opportunity. But it seems… Oh, he's out. The barrier around the room in front of them suddenly closed before the door was opened softly. A brave and heroic figure stepped out. Who could it be if not Yang Kai? Yui smiled and could finally rest her uneasy heart, going up to greet him with a smile. After just 2 steps, though, her smile stiffened on her face when she saw the person behind Yang Kai, staring at her, stunned. Sujin was also a little dumbfounded. Turning to Yui to ask, Elder sister, did you not say that Brother Yang was in retreat? This? How did this? Who would bring a woman with them while going into retreat? And he was even with one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. It was said that Yang Kai had spent an entire year in retreat. TSK, TSK, TSK. What has he been doing for that 1 year? Sujin could not help but let his mind wander when he looked at Lu Shui, envious of Yang Kai's good fortune. What are you doing here? When Yang Kai looked up and saw Sujin and Yui, he felt it to be strange. The little fatty had a wretched smile on his face, but Yui's face was livid. Her tender body was shaking and fire was practically spewing from her eyes. She was constantly staring through him at something behind him. Yang Kai looked over and saw the blushing Lu Shui before quickly shrinking his neck in realization as he muttered, I'm afraid there has been a misunderstanding. There was a space beacon placed inside his room that allowed him to come to and go from Crouching Dragon Mountain, so he naturally returned to that room. It would have been fine if nobody had seen anything, but once he was caught in the act, it would inevitably lead others to think of things that they shouldn't. Yes, a very great misunderstanding indeed. Yui scoffed and turned around, flicking her sleeve behind her. A cold aura was left everywhere she passed, which made Guziyen, who just entered, a little nervous. He immediately rushed aside so as not to be dragged in. Sujin laughed wretchedly. Brother Yang's backyard is on fire. Why don't you go and put out the fire first and we can talk later? Yang Kai had a stern look. Brother Su, you really have misunderstood. It is not what you think. Sujin said, It's useless to explain to me. Yang Kai looked at Lu Shui, then back at him and shook his head speechlessly. He did not try to explain anything and just gave instructions to Guziyen. Lady Lu Shui is now one of our people. So take her and settle her down in a suitable room. One of our people. Guziyen was shocked, feeling as if there were a deeper meaning behind Yang Kai's words. So he quickly responded, Yes. After excusing herself, Lu Shui left with Guziyen. Guziyen treated her with great respect on the way, as if she was the mistress of the household, which only made Lu Shui feel even more embarrassed. Inside the reception hall, Chun Yu served up a pot of tea before excusing herself respectfully. Yang Kai and Sujin sat across the table from each other, and only then did Sujin reveal his intentions for coming. Brother Yang, I have another big opportunity for you. He had refined the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd for Yang Kai the last time he said something similar, so Yang Kai was excited to hear him say so again. He urged with curiosity, Do tell Brother Su. Sujin told him, For a genius of Brother Yang's caliber, what Brother Yang refined is definitely a 7th-order fire element. Right? That is correct. There was no way of hiding it. Yui had already told him that once the divine manifestation, Golden Crow casts the sun, was revealed, it was the same as announcing this fact to the world. Sujin began, The 7th-order Golden Crow's true fire can only be suppressed by a 7th-order wood element. So Brother Yang must also have a 7th-order wood element power. During the battle 2 years ago, Brother Yang used an earth divine ability as a shield. I could tell that the shield is unusually strong and an extraordinary divine ability in its own right. Obviously, it must also be of 7th order. In other words, Brother Yang must have gathered at least 3 seventh-order elements: wood, fire, and earth. Brother Yang has taken such a tremendous risk and did not hesitate to fight against thousands, blocking the passage at the very end and checking everyone's space rings back on the Yuan magnetic mountain. I believe your intentions must have been to seek a 7th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone. Speaking up to here, Suzhin slowly shook his head. Unfortunately, though the resources on that Yuan magnetic mountain were abundant, no 7th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone was produced, which must have been a great disappointment. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Brother Su, have you heard of the saying before? What saying? Suzhin was curious. Smart people usually don't live long. This fatty had met him twice, and even those times were quite brief. Yang Kai was surprised that Suzhin was actually able to deduce so many things about him and almost dug up everything about him despite their limited contact. Suzhin quickly waved his hands. I was just saying. Please don't blame me, Brother Yang. However, Brother Yang's ambitions of reaching the 7th-order open realm in a single leap are now clear. Yang Kai looked calmly at him, his expression showing neither happiness nor anger. I came this time for matters relating to a 7th-order treasure. Suzhin suddenly lowered his voice. Yang Kai's expression changed. 7th-order treasure? Of what element? If it were either wood, fire, or earth, then it would not be worth much to him, but if it were any other element, then he definitely must obtain it. Since entering the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Yang Kai had only found the Earth Dragon bead, which was also something he had encountered by chance, at the 7th order. It was hard to find 7th order materials even in a natural treasure trove such as this Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, much less anywhere else. Last time, during the Golden Crow carcass's appearance, great forces of all over were alerted and everyone fought to get their hands on it. A few high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters even joined the fray. If a material of the 7th order truly did appear in the 3,000 worlds, it would not be Yang Kai's turn to fight for it. For him, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was his greatest chance. If I'm not mistaken, it should be of the water element. Water element. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. After metal came water, which was still useful for him. Even if he couldn't refine it now, there was nothing wrong in collecting it ahead of time. But rather than becoming tempted, Yang Kai looked suspiciously at Suzhin. Brother Su, if a 7th-order water element material has appeared, why not just take it for yourself? What did you come to me with this news for? Don't tell me that there are 2 such treasures. 7th-order materials are so precious that finding even one is considered a blessing from the heavens. How could there be 2? Suzhin shook his head and laughed. Only, the trip might be slightly dangerous. Brother Yang's strength is great, so I am also dragging you over to bolster my own courage. Naturally, Yang Kai did not believe his words. This little fatty was one Divine Cauldron Heaven's core disciples. Even though Yang Kai had never seen Suzhin fight before, he must not be weak. But even he called the trip dangerous, so it must truly be a terrifying journey. He was most likely recruiting Yang Kai to increase his battle strength. I will not hide it from Brother Yang. The 2 of us will not be the only ones going. That place was actually discovered by a friend of mine, and there will be around 5 or 6 of us going on this trip. 5 or 6? Yang Kai was amazed. Suzhin had called these people his friends, and anyone he could call a friend must have an extraordinary background and strength. It was most likely that they were all the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, there is only one 7th order treasure, but around 6 of us. How will it be split? Suzhin said with a smile. We will travel together, but once we arrive, then every man will face his own destiny in life or death. An interesting proposition. Yang Kai's emotions were churning. He hadn't been on such an adventure in a long time, so just listening to Suzhin talk about it made his blood boil. He wanted nothing more than to set out right now. Does that mean Brother Yang agrees? Suzhin looked at him. There is one problem. Yang Kai looked at him, puzzled. Brother Su has asked me for the 6th order Yuan magnetic divine stone last time, so you must be cultivating 6th order elements. Why are you coveting this 7th order material? Suzhin explained seriously. Among the yin, yang and 5 elements, wood and water are the gentlest and their impact on one's Dao seal is the smallest. Even though I aspire to enter the 6th order, Condensing 7th order wood and water elements should pose no problem to me. Did Brother Yang's master not tell you this? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Su Zhen's approach was just as he had speculated to his dozens of subordinates. Even though some of their foundations were already set, it was possible to build on it to gain even greater strength from certain elements. If he did not guess wrong, then the wood element power that this little fatty cultivated should be of the 7th order. Only the rest of his elements were in the 6th order, which meant he would eventually break through to the 6th order open heaven realm. Of course, Yang Kai had no master or elders to tell him about these intricacies. Even though the proprietress treated him well, she clearly did not expect his ambitions to be so high and never even thought of telling him about such things. There was a lot of common-sense information that he had to hear from Yuhi. After laughing and brushing the matter aside, Yang Kai continued, "By the way, there is one matter that I wish to seek Brother Su's help with." Su Zhen asked, "What is it?" "I wish to hire Brother Su to arrange a grand array in this star city to increase its defenses." Su Zhen could not help but feel a little speechless. This is Scarlet Star's Star City. Brother Yang is merely a foreign elder in name. So why do you care so much? It will be beneficial to me, definitely. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Su Zhen could not refuse, so he could only say, "What about this? I will help you once we return. It is too late for that now. I have already agreed with my friends to meet in 5 days. We have to set off tomorrow or we will not make it in time." The next morning, when Yang Kai and Su Zhen left the residence, everyone came to see them off. Yuhi hid at the back of the crowd with a terrible look on her face. Yang Kai heard from Guziyen that this woman threw a huge tantrum last night, smashing the things in her room and scaring them so badly that they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Yang Kai looked at Guziyen and instructed, "This trip should not take too long. While I am away, watch over them and supervise their cultivation carefully. If you need any resources, ask Yuhi." Guziyen answered, "Yes." Yuhi pouted at the back. "Humph." Yang Kai glanced at her. "Yuhi, you know what to do if you encounter any danger that you cannot handle." Yuhi tilted her head to the other side. "Heh." Lu Shui felt guilty to hear her laugh like that and stepped forward. "Sir, should this mistress follow you?" "No need. Just stay here and help Yuhi manage the Star City." Lu Shui withdrew reluctantly and glanced quietly at Yuhi, only to see this woman smiling coldly at her. That smile sent shivers down her spine, and she knew that if this misunderstanding was not unraveled soon, she would not have an easy life in the future. "You can all return now. Brother Su, let us go." Yang Kai called out to Su Zhen before rising to the sky. Su Zhen followed nimbly behind. After the two of them left, Yuhi finally put away the smile on her face and lifted her skirt in a huff, turning around and leaving. Lu Shui quickly followed her, shouting, "Big sister Yuhi, there is something that I wish to speak with you about." Yuhi shot her a brilliant smile. "What a coincidence. I also have something to say to little sister Lu. Let us go to my room." Saying so, she took Lu Shui's arm affectionately and brought her off with a big smile. Guziyen and the others at the back could not help but shudder. The sun, moon, and stars did not exist in the grand ancient ruins, and without them, Yang Kai did not even know which direction he was flying in. Following behind Su Zhen, they sped along for 3 days, passing by many cultivator strongholds, which Yang Kai looked at in amazement. These strongholds came in all shapes and sizes. Some were grand, while others were extremely well hidden. The large ones could house tens of thousands, while the small ones could hold no more than several hundred, eking out a living in the strange environment of the grand ancient ruins boundary. There were also crumbling strongholds that had quite obviously been destroyed by beast tides. Rotten corpses lay around in an upsetting manner. The entire original Star City was swallowed up when the grand ancient ruins boundary opened, and at least several 100,000 people were sucked in. Now, after several years, it was likely less than half of them remained alive. Nearly 50,000 perished in Sword Pavilion's Star City alone, so the number of lives lost since the opening of the grand ancient ruins boundary could be imagined. 3 days later, the pair could hear the sound of beating waves from afar, and they could also taste salt in the air. Yang Kai was stunned. "There is a sea in the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Su Zhen explained. "The grand ancient ruins boundary covers such a vast area. The area we are familiar with is nothing more than one corner of this world. So what is so strange about there being a sea here? A few moments later, a huge sea with crashing waves entered their view. Waves curled up as high as 30 meters, making a huge noise as they crashed down. Yang Kai suddenly had a realization. Su Zhen said that they were seeking a 7th-order water element treasure, and the sea was filled with the water element power, so it should come as no surprise for it to produce a 7th-order water element material. After arriving at the sea, they flew for 6 more hours before Su Zhen suddenly said, "We've arrived." At the same time, Yang Kai discovered several unfamiliar auras. Looking over, he saw several scattered figures ahead, standing on a small island spanning no more than a kilometer across. One of them stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. His stalwart figure was dressed in black robes, and when he looked over, his sharp hawk-like eyes gleamed, as if he was staring into one's heart. A short distance to the side of him was a young girl sitting on a rock. She kept her head down, and Yang Kai had no idea what she was doing. Her hair was spread down over her shoulders, concealing most of her face. Another figure was a young man, sitting down cross-legged on a treetop 1,000 meters behind the young girl. He was silently cultivating, and his figure bobbed along with the wind. Yang Kai could feel a profound aura from this man. Yang Kai shivered faintly in his heart. Even though none of these people were in the open heaven realm, they all gave him the feeling that they were not to be trifled with. Were these the friends that Su Zhen talked about? Yang Kai had no idea which cave heavens or paradises they came from, but their heritage was clearly not ordinary. Yang Kai and Su Zhen landed, and the black-robed young man standing with his hands behind his back called out, "Fatty, you're late." No, I'm not late. There's still 1 day before the time limit." After a pause, he added, "Also, Brother Lin Feng, stop calling me Fatty or I'll have to fall out with you." Su Zhen was smiling even while saying such words, not showing any of his emotions. Lin Feng coldly snorted and turned to look at Yang Kai instead, raising his chin at him. "You made us wait this long for this guy? Which cave heaven or paradise does he come from? How come I've never seen him before?" Su Zhen explained, "This, I've never really asked." He turned to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, where are you from?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I don't come from a paradise or cave heaven. Just think of me as grass by the roadside that's not worth mentioning." Su Zhen was stunned. He had seen Yang Kai bringing out a divine manifestation, and he was even aspiring to break through to the 7th-order open heaven realm directly. He had a master in the 5th-order open heaven realm, such as Yuhi, following him around, calling him young master, so he really thought that he was either from a cave heaven or a paradise. It was surprising to hear from Yang Kai that he wasn't. Without the deep heritage and cultivational resources of a cave heaven or paradise, how could he come this far? Brother Yang must be joking. Su Zhen's mouth twitched. He clearly did not believe him, but since Yang Kai was unwilling to tell him, he did not pry. The black-robed young man coldly snorted, "Fatty, this guy isn't a disciple of any cave heaven or paradise, and you're just going to casually let him join us?" Su Zhen answered, "Brother Lin, I have seen Brother Yang's skills before. In terms of ability, even you are weaker than him." Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Truly? When those words left his mouth, his battle intent was instantly heightened, and his aura was suddenly pushed to its limit. A burning gaze was locked onto Yang Kai, as if he wanted to fight him here and now. Obviously, he was unconvinced by Su Zhen's words. He was a cave heaven disciple with a phenomenal foundation. Even though he had yet to break through to the open heaven realm, he was still strong enough to fight a few rounds with a master in the 1st-order open heaven realm. What could this guy be capable of? "Stop it." Su Zhen eyed him speechlessly. "You will naturally see his abilities later." He then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This guy is Lin Feng, a core disciple of true martial cave heaven." Yang Kai cupped his fists courteously. "Greetings, Brother Lin. He really is a cave heaven disciple." When he met Su Zhen and that guy surnamed In, Yang Kai wondered whether other cave heaven or paradise disciples had been sucked into the grand ancient ruins boundary. But he didn't expect to meet them today, and there were more than one here. Yang Kai had no idea why these few happened to be in that star city at that time and got dragged into that unexpected disaster. But there were also opportunities to be discovered in the grand ancient ruins boundary. For them, Favored sons and daughters of the heavens. Being dragged into this place may not be a bad thing. Lin Feng coldly snorted, pointing his nose to the sky. This here is Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Sujin pointed to the girl who seemed to be busy doing something on the rock. The girl got up in a hurry and her cheeks seemed to be puffed. She greeted softly, "Greetings, senior brother Yang." Her voice was very soft, just like a kitten. So Yang Kai could tell she was a gentle girl. But Yang Kai was amazed by something else. This girl called Gu Pan actually came from Langya Paradise. That was where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor came from. After awakening her Heaven's Order bloodline, Zhang Ruoxi inherited a part of her ancestor's memory, and she also intended to head to Langya Paradise after leaving the star boundary. In the end, they were devoured by the myriad facets insect and separated halfway there. Later, Yang Kai ended up stranded in Seven Wonders Land while Zhang Ruoxi was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai figured that she must have gone to Langya Paradise. After all, that was her ancestor's homeland. If she went there, it would be like returning to her homeland, so she would surely not be rejected. Yang Kai wanted to look for Zhang Ruoxi at Langya Paradise after he entered the open heaven realm. But who knew he would actually run into a Langya Paradise disciple here? He was pleasantly surprised and almost wanted to ask about Zhang Ruoxi, but held back. This matter could not be rushed. He would first see Gu Pan's character before deciding later. "Greetings, junior sister Gu." Yang Kai returned the greeting after suppressing his impulses. The girl then sat back down and lowered her head again, going back to what she was doing. "And that over there?" "That is Ning Dao Ran. He is from free and unfettered paradise." Su Jin pointed to the young man bobbing up and down on the tree branch. Even though this young man did not look old, he had an ethereal air about him, an immortal temperament only found in old masters. If Yang Kai were to judge him based merely on his aura and not his appearance, then he really would not be able to guess how long this man had lived. Ning Dao Ran did not get up. He just erected a single palm towards Yang Kai. "Greetings, fellow Taoist brother, senior brother Ning." Yang Kai returned the greeting. Su Jin looked left and right and scratched his head. Where did that seductress Chu Huashang go? As soon as he said that, a figure appeared behind him from the middle of the sea. She had a delicate figure dressed in translucent fabrics. Water vapor still lingered around her body when she emerged, attracting infinite imagination. Yang Kai looked over to see an enchanting woman standing behind Su Jin. She was half a head taller than him and leaned over Su Jin's ear, exhaling an orchid scent. "Who are you calling a seductress, you fatty?" Su Jin looked down and lowered his head. The look on his face was as if he was thinking that form was emptiness, and emptiness was form. He raised a thumb and pointed behind him. "This seductress is from Inyang Cave Heaven. Her name is Chu Huashang. Be careful, brother Yang. She is most adept at seducing men. Don't fall for her tricks or you'll have the yang qi sucked out of you until you die." "Aya, why are you twisting my ear? Hurry and let me go. I'll beat you if you don't let go." "Who's seducing who? Who's sucking whose yang qi?" Chu Huashang gritted her teeth while twisting Su Zhan's ear harder. "Our Inyang Cave Heaven cultivates the path of Inyang Union, not those dirty and underhanded tactics of harvesting that you speak of. Do not slander me in front of outsiders." Su Zhan's face distorted in pain, but he dutifully kept an eye on Yang Kai and warned, "Just be careful of this woman, brother Yang." Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Su is exaggerating. Yin alone does not form life, Yang alone does not provide growth. The Yin-Yang union is one of the world's grand Daos and is not as impure as you think it is.